Joining us for our first meeting of 2025. I'll now bring our Durham County Board of Commissioners work session to order for this January 6, 2025, beginning with the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. Commissioner Burton, would you like to read the land acknowledgement for us today?
Certainly. Land acknowledgement. As we convene for the Durham County Commissioners meeting, it is crucial to recognize the painful truth of history. We stand on the stolen ancestral lands of the Catawba, Eno, Occaneechi, Shakori, and Tuscarora peoples, whose deep connection to this land predates our arrival. We acknowledge with humility the unjust displacement and violence that occurred, leading to the disposition of indigenous peoples from their homelands. Their resilience in the face of such adversity is a testament to their strength and spirit. May we humbly honor the ancestors and elders of these nations, both past and present, by committing ourselves to fostering understanding, healing, and justice for all who inhabit this land. Let us walk forward together with open hearts, acknowledging the past and embracing a future guided by compassion, respect, and unity.
Thank you, Commissioner Burton. We will now begin the meeting with our citizen comments. I'll call up 5 people at a time, and if you can come to line up by this podium over on my left, and there'll be 2 minutes per speaker, and you'll hear there should be a timer there, and you'll hear a noise when your time is up. So I'll begin with calling Nicholas Graber Grace, Larissa Seibel, Melissa Dowd, Jennifer Carroll, Mike Sistrom, and Miss Sandra Ajao. Oh, please press, there's a button on the mic to turn it on. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Alam, Vice Chair Lee, and members of the Commission. Good to see you. My name is Nicholas Graber Grace. I'm here today as a representative of the Durham People's Alliance. And I'm here to urge the Commission, as well as Sheriff Burkhead, to work collaboratively on a comprehensive approach to public safety. We understand that the Commission is going to be considering today or soon the investment in a training facility for the Sheriff's Office, and we urge collaboration also on expansion of the HART system, the HART program, which has been a very effective response used at the city level to de-escalate and provide alternatives that provide unarmed responses and de-escalation tactics when appropriate. The HART program has been exceptionally effective, and PA looks forward to discussion with the sheriff and with commissioners and other city officials and stakeholders on how to do this in the best way. Particularly key elements of implementing HART at the county level, we believe, are going to involve consolidation of the city and county 911 systems. At the city level right now, the dispatchers are well trained to determine when a call comes in, whether it's a call that is appropriately routed to law enforcement, whether it is a call that is more appropriately routed to the HART team for an unarmed response and mental health and other supports, or whether it's a call that requires a joint response. We also point out that this kind of a model in the long run would conserve county resources, both in terms of the merging of the 911 systems, county and city resources, as well as allowing law enforcement to focus on calls that are required for law enforcement and do not, because in many cases, these calls that come in could be handled by an unarmed responder through the HART system. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Larissa Seibel, and I support expanding the HART program throughout the county of Durham. The HART program is a life-saving program. It saves people's lives, and I think that it is very important, especially for folks who are unhoused, unsheltered in this weather. I have a friend now a middle-aged man, who is out on the streets. I haven't been able to find him the last few days, and I worry about him and so many people who are unsheltered and unhoused. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing from us today. My name is Jennifer Carroll. For those of you I have not had the pleasure of meeting, I am a policy expert. I'm coming to you today to represent the position of the Durham Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, where I held the position as the policy expert chair, due largely to my qualifications coming from the Atlanta, Carolinas high-intensity drug trafficking area, where I served as the lead scientist on what is now called the Overdose Response Strategy, a nationwide public health, public safety collaboration to improve both of those things. What I want to do today is to remind the body of a conversation that we had last May when the task force presented its recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. The board at that time asked the task force members to prioritize the most important steps for improving public safety and wellness in this county. That task force unanimously selected the expansion of the HEART program into the county and into Durham Public Schools as the single most pressing public safety issue in our county. That's based on years of town halls, listening sessions, focus groups that I helped hold in collaboration with city and county leadership. The people of this city want that much, much more than any other sort of expanded training program for the sheriff. The reason why it's important to bring this up today is because the sheriff has been the single largest obstructionist force in stopping the expansion of HEART into the county. The idea that he has refused, after repeated asks of city leadership and county leadership, to provide call data so that the types of services that the sheriff is offering, so that the types of calls that they respond to can be meaningful, analyzed to assess needs in the community and calls for service. We have been told that it will take time to give us data that they already have tabulated for 4 years. The time is to start pressuring the sheriff to collaborate with the community before him. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mike Sistrom. I'm a Durham County resident and a former member, along with Jennifer, of the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, and also have coordinated the Durham County Jail Ministry since 2001. Volunteers from around Durham visit with detainees each week. Since March 2020, that's had to be by video. Each week we try to connect with about a dozen of the 370-some detainees in the jail. I'm here today because the deliberation on the sheriff's new training facility is an opportunity to encourage the County Commission to revisit 2 sets of recommendations the task force shared with the community and presented to the Commission, as Jennifer referenced, back in May. And I'd encourage the 3 new commissioners, and welcome and congratulations, condolences on your challenges you face as a county commissioner, to read the task force's full final report if you haven't had a chance to yet. One of those recommendations, as Jennifer referenced, and as you'll hear from many today, is about expanding the HEART program countywide. The other set of recommendations concerned conditions, programs, and services and policies of the Durham County Detention Facility. There's much less community awareness about and advocacy for the detainees of the jail than the HEART program. The jail, though, is the single largest department in the sheriff's office and among the most unique law enforcement responsibilities of a sheriff. I'd argue that commissioners are in a position to urge the sheriff to engage in the jail issues, if not as a precondition to approving the training facility request, then at least in recognition for their support for it. Chair Alam has already begun to try to set up that discussion on the jail, and very grateful to her for that. I really don't have time to summarize even the main areas of concern at the jail, though they are detailed in the task force recommendations. I can say that everything we learned, I've learned since May of 2024, suggests that those issues persist. The detainees are still locked in their cells for 20 plus hours a day. Many of them spend weeks, if months and years awaiting trial. So there are opportunities with modest expenditure of resources and some policy changes to make the jail a more humane place and even a model for other jails and prisons. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mrs. Sandra Ajao. I'm a grateful participant of the HEART program. The peace officers swore that they would serve and protect the citizens of Durham. They're no longer honoring their sworn statement. Instead, they are intimidating citizens who cause them. They are refusing to arrest the offenders. They laugh at us along with the criminals. And then after it's all done, they get in their car, look at us, and pull off. A couple of nights ago, I was on my way home, and there is a black gentleman who owns a house there. He had put out some clothing and some other things on the street that he welcomed anybody who wanted some of them to have. I stopped to get some. I had 2 pocketbooks. I set one down because I had a handful of clothing and other things, materials that I had picked up. After I had so much in my hand, I had forgotten that I had set that pocketbook down. That pocketbook had my ID, my insurance card, and a lot of other important cards and papers. Okay, I went home and I put the stuff down, and I realized I had got my pocketbook, my other pocketbook. I went back to the spot there on Spruce Street, and I went and I looked for my pocketbook. My stuff was scattered on the ground, torn up and scattered on the ground, and my pocketbook was gone. The 3 Hispanic girls came out and looked at me. I said, would y'all please give me back my pocketbook, because I know y'all got it. They said, bitch, you ain't getting this pocketbook back, and we getting ready to leave town. I said, you're not going to call the police. That's when I called the police, and I told the police what had happened, and the police laughed along with them at me. He did not try to retrieve my pocketbook. He did not even—
Thank you, Miss Sandra. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Dowd, and I'm the president of the HOA of Lake Ridge, which is a community that is located very close to the gun range. We experience a lot of noise pollution from the gun range, especially during bomb disposals. We also have a lot of veterans in our community, and that can be bothersome to them. We've reached out, the former HOA president reached out to the sheriff's department about the noise pollution, and they were really responsive and transparent with us about this proposal. And they were very, they hired an acoustical engineer to look into ways that they could create berms that would help with the noise for our neighborhood, which has been really helpful. They also helped set up an alert system that we can sign up for, and it will let us know when they're going to be setting off those bombs, which is especially helpful for people with young children like myself and veterans that may have PTSD related issues, or people that just have trouble with the noise. And they've also sent out schedules of what they're doing at the range. They allowed me to visit, and I was honestly appalled at the conditions of the range. There are no bathrooms, there's no running water, no potable water. It's just very rudimentary, and honestly, like, very disappointing that that's what they have to deal with. They've just been really engaging with our community since 2023 and really helpful in all of our concerns. And also, as a former public school teacher that's been through lockdowns and bomb threats, I am all for our law enforcement being more appropriately trained to handle those situations. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 5 people I have are Brittany Price, Letitia Faison, Amanda Wallace, Robin McGee, and Rafiq Zaidi.
Hi, my name is Brittany Price, and I work in public health, although I am playing hooky from work to be here. I'm here to ask y'all not to fund the $16 million expansion of the sheriff's training facility. Every dollar that we spend on something is a dollar that we're not spending on something else. And when I think about spending millions of dollars on this facility, I can't help but think of what Durham County needs, what we've been asking for, what we'll be turning away from. I think about the kids in my neighborhood who are going to start risking their safety to walk across Roxborough Road to get to and from school because we don't pay bus drivers enough. I think about the years that we've come before this body insisting on the expansion of HART throughout the county and the placement of unarmed crisis responders in schools. And I think of our neighbors suffering in the county jail for interminable pretrial periods without what they need. I'm hopeful that you all, this newly formed iteration of this board, will embrace this opportunity to choose our neighbors, to choose what we've been demanding for years, rather than spending this money on this facility. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Letitia Faison, native of Durham of 44 years. I come to you today to ask that you don't spend $16 million on a training center, that you look at alternatives for our youth and crime in the community and the growth. As lived experience, I'm a parent who's been begging for help since 2009 from the county and the city who lost their child on the streets. In 2009, I asked for help, and they told me my kid had to have a charge. Once he got into the system in 2010, he received 11 and a half years. He did half of that incarcerated and confined. He came out with a mental health issue in which he was threw out into the streets with no help. We tried to get help for 5 months with his mental health, in which he was succumbed. He died from it. It's hard to come up here and keep speaking at meetings when you don't get responses and you keep begging and you have lost someone to the streets. Just as we was rallying on Saturday, a young child got shot, and I'm pretty sure it was due to the circumstances that may be going on in her environment. Yeah, it's kind of hard to just stand up here and talk knowing that I have been doing this and begging since 2009. And it's still going on to this day. In our community, we call and ask for help when we see our children go a different way. And it's like our kids got to have a charge before anyone could help. And I feel like that's just so wrong as a citizen of a community that comes and try to get help for their kid. I ask that y'all take the $16 million and think about our youth and our loved ones that's dying on these streets every day, and not do what happened with the youth center and we find out after it's being built. Just to say, I have lived experience with the new youth center, and it's like a playground, they say.
Hi, I'm Robin McGee. Durham's been my hometown for 29 years now, and I'm here to ask you not to spend $16 million on the Sheriff's Training Center. So why am I here to ask you for this? Because I know that in the future, I too am going to suffer the consequences of us choosing to spend our precious community funding on this institution. I have personally benefited from Durham being a community that values restoration over punishment. One of my children doesn't have a criminal record because Durham is one of the few places in North Carolina that does not always treat teens as adults when they commit nonviolent crimes. I've been here 29 years and our violence remains. I've seen it. I remember the founding of the Religious Coalition for Nonviolent Durham. All our investment in policing has not solved our problem with violence. Investing in this center is investing in someone's young people going missing stunting their growth, denying their potential and security in their day-to-day lives. This cost has a massive ripple effect in our community. We don't need to invest in institutional violence. It's one of my key faith beliefs that we invest in the seeds of peace. We can become national leaders with community-oriented solutions. Our HEART program, our restorative justice circles, our free lunch and breakfast in the schools, and hopefully bus transportation 5 days a week like my kids got when they were at the public schools. We can do better for our future generations.
So I'm here today to urge the county commissioners to vote no to funding a $16 million training facility upgrade, especially when there's residents in Durham sleeping in tents in the woods. I feel like this should be a no-brainer at this point, but we're here on this rainy, early Monday morning, having to talk about something that we've continued to talk to the county commissioners about. There's literally an organization called Durham Beyond Policing. Like, you know where Durham stands on policing. And so it just feels like this should make sense. And this is not the only large sum of money that this commission continues to give to the sheriff's office. If you look at agenda item 240768 on this agenda, the sheriff's office is asking for $719,000 to upgrade their server room, again, while people are sleeping in tents in Durham. Wouldn't it make sense for that $16 million or even that $719,000 to pay for the rent and utilities of the unhoused people in Durham? Your choice is between creating bathrooms, I heard about it, classrooms and a shooting range to kill people, or meeting the immediate needs of the people that you were elected to represent. So again, this should be a no-brainer, but I want people to see, though, that on your consent agenda, this is on there. And even after all of the conversations, even after everything that's happened, the county manager is still recommending that the sheriff's office get this $16 million. And so, again, we're here. I still urge you to vote no, and not just to fueling this system of policing, but the system of family policing, right? A classist and racist system that has its deep roots in colonialism, right? We know what we're talking about here. But I want to end with just a plug, because I want to talk to the people here in Durham. January 14th from 5:30 to 7:30, we want folks to come out to the East Durham Library to talk more about how policing is impacting our community. We've got some flyers if you need one, because we really need to make sure that this money stops going to the community and stops going to policing. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Rafiq Zaidi. I'm the president of the Men and Women with Boots on the Grounds, Durham, North Carolina, the original. Durham County is considering, and you have already showed us on page 32 of your recommendations, County Manager, that it's etched in stone, that the die is already set for this proposal for this facility. Durham County is considering this $6 million investment in the sheriff's office while the people of Durham continue to struggle for basic necessities, housing, schools with no heating, homelessness, poverty, and the want. This body had the responsibility to square these matters off with a fair hand, with a just and equitable hand. But you took the road as usual. You squared it off with the hand that agreed with your position on the commission. So I'm saying to you that that money could be used for other things. Let me give you a clear example. On June 11th, a 3-year-old young man was shot in front of Walgreens. No arrest, no apprehension, no law enforcement involvement. On June the 20th, little sister, 2-year-old Monera, was gunned down at campus apartments. No arrest, case inactive, cold case files. That money could have been used. This money can be used as a reward to catch those savages that has been gunning down our babies in the black community, yet you remain silent, as if nothing ever happened in our community, but you put forth a proposal for a facility like Cop City. Let me close on this note. Cop City across the country is a rim, it's a part of a system that incorporates itself with the National Defense Authorization Act. What I'm saying about this is what we have called martial law. They're setting up martial law all around the country, and Trump knows this, along with your governor. So those of you who are reporting
Mr.
this
Zadie.
and supporting this, your day and your die has been set.
The next 5 individuals I will have, and remember when you come up to the dais before you speak, introduce yourself with your full name. Quinny Sanchez Lopez, Jackson Bellini, sorry if I mispronounce your names, Brandon Love, Reina Rosenko, and Nina Jeffries.
Hi there, I'm Quinny Sanchez Lopez. I am a Durham County resident. And I'm going to give my credentials. Normally I don't do that, but I think you don't know me. And it's important to understand where I'm coming from. I have lived experience as an undocumented immigrant. I have 7 years of community casework. I survived being raised by a mother who experienced domestic violence in over 3 relationships and 2 marriages. I am I'm a social worker. I have a MSW. I'm an appointed member, or I was an appointed member of Governor Cooper's task force on health equity from 2020 to 2024. And I was a member of the North Carolina Institute of Medicine's Future of Public Health Task Force. I am here asking you not to fund this training facility. I think a lot of times we believe that people who are asking for these things are coming at it because it's a trend, or they're just doing what everybody else is doing or saying. But the reason that we're asking for you not to fund this is because we have either experienced ourselves or know people that have been harmed by policing. Even as somebody who almost witnessed their mother being abused to death, and acknowledging that in that moment what she needed was protection to even be in that situation in the first place. A mother who married somebody because she wanted to protect her child economically, recognizing that the root causes of domestic violence, of community violence, are caused from lack of affordable housing, lack of mental health treatment in the community for both perpetrators of violence and survivors of violence. I'm asking you to consider, what are the root causes of violence, and do we need to keep funding militarization, especially in light of a Trump,
Winnie.
yes, and in light of a Trump presidency that threatens immigrant communities and threatens to deport them with the cooperation of the sheriff?
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jackson Balling. I previously spoke against the $16 million bond for the sheriff's training facility. Since that comment, I've grown more troubled about how this project and its lack of oversight specifically would affect Durham's future. As a resident, I have serious concerns that the Sheriff's Department operates with minimal public accountability as it is. I am not alone in these worries. We have no clear information about what training will occur in this facility or what will happen to the existing training buildings that this is supposed to be replacing. We also have no tangible idea how taxpayers will repay this debt or where funds for maintenance and upkeep will be coming from. Without this basic transparency, how can we trust a massive investment of public funds in anything? This proposal is even more concerning since the passing of HB 10, which requires all county sheriffs in the state to cooperate with ICE. I doubt I'm the only one in this room with anxiety and justifiable fear over the threats of mass deportation from our president-elect. We shouldn't be investing $16 million in a facility that could be used to separate families and devastate our community as a whole. About 2 months ago, I asked what $16 million could do for our schools, housing, and food security. Today, I'm asking you to consider the message each of you will send by prioritizing specialized police training over these essential services. When families can't afford raising rents, children lack adequate food and school transportation, and mental health crises are going unaddressed, how does a tactical training facility help solve those problems, and when will it do it? Because those are real issues that people are facing right this second, right now. It's a Monday, there are no buses. So as someone who's helping to raise the next generation of Durham residents, I'll ask again, can we please invest in programs that we know make our community safer and stronger for all? Please vote no on this bond. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Brandon Love. I am born and raised in the Bull City, one that's very close to my heart, and I am a resident, a member of the Have a Heart Coalition, and my purpose in speaking with you today is to strongly urge you to vote no on the proposed plans to renovate Durham County Sheriff's Department's training facility. At a time when our community is calling for investments that address root causes of harm, such as education, mental health, and housing, spending $18 million on a training facility sends the wrong message about what our priorities are as a county. Perhaps we should urge ourselves to prioritize the future of our community by investing in expanding Hart countywide and integrating it permanently into Durham Public Schools. The Hart program has already shown us the value of non-punitive community-centered approaches to crises intervention, and now is the time to build on this success. We're facing a deeply concerning shortage of mental health professionals in Durham Public Schools and all across the state of North Carolina. Our youth deserve access to the resources they need to thrive, yet they are often left with inadequate support. Expanding Hart into our schools would be a direct investment into their well-being, and would send a powerful message that Durham believes in its young people and prioritizes their potential over punitive measures. We can't keep codifying systems that reinforce school-to-prison pipelines. What I call the detour of despair. Let's dismantle it, and by addressing the root causes of the crises conflict, Durham should be known for investing in the future through education, mental health services, and wellness programs, not for pouring millions into outdated approaches like the $18 million sheriff's training facility. Thank you.
My name is Raina Rusenko, and I'm a Durham County resident. I'm also a member of Durham Beyond Policing, and I've been working in policy research for the last decade. That said, I've been looking at the Durham County 10-year capital investment plan. In it, over $200 million is being allocated to projects for the sheriff's office. Other than the firing range, there's a $100 million complex in the plans that will also have space for training, twice as much in fact. It will also have space for storage and more. So the specific benefit of the firing range is not just its classrooms, as these are slated to be built elsewhere, but specifically in weapons training. This includes, and I quote, 4 new 180-degree firing venues, construction of a conditioned enclosed tower, a new PA system, and other infrastructure. These, I understand that many people are citing modest concerns, such as bathrooms, classrooms, and ADA compliance. However, the plans, according to the information that we have available, are not for modest improvements to an existing facility, but to substantially expand capacity for weapons training at an exorbitant cost. This project, in combination with future ones, will enable the sheriff to consolidate more space to train deputies, and the board will have no oversight regarding what they do on these properties. We fundamentally should not be investing in policing like this. This actively works against the progress we've made in Durham and expanding HART in recent years. Also, now is the worst time to be investing in this infrastructure. With HB 10 in effect and a Trump presidency around the corner, we should not be going into debt for a sheriff's office that not only fails to keep us safe, but poses a real threat to our lives and securities. Policing leads to deportations, entanglements with CPS, unjust incarceration, and other horrors that break up our families and our communities. The sheriff's deputies can and will be increasingly mobilized against our immigrant neighbors, our black and brown neighbors, our queer and trans neighbors, our unhoused neighbors, and in fact, us all. This is not a game. As a queer person and a Jewish person, I know that keeping us all safe requires radically stepping away from investments like these. I urge every commissioner to exercise the only power that you have at this juncture and vote no.
Good morning. My name is Nina Jeffries. I'm a Durham resident and a law student. I'm sure you're all familiar with the phrase, put your money where your mouth is. As county commissioners, part of your job is to determine our county budget. So let's look at your budget. The sheriff's office already gets $50 million. This is the 2024 to 2025 county budget. $16 million additionally on top of that for this bond. It's 5 times what you allocated for the youth home. It's 16 times what you allocated for the soil and water district. It's more than all of what's spent on the community colleges combined, and also independently more than what's spent on the library. On all of these items, you are choosing to spend more money on policing than all of those items. Turning again to your budget, the budget states there are 386 folks in the sheriff's department. 178 of those are law enforcement officers. You are proposing to send $16 million to train 178 people to help kill people. That is an absurd amount of money to send out a small amount of people to do an absurd task. As others here have spoken here today, this money would be much better spent on the HART program. Durham has an over 11% infant mortality rate for black infants, a higher than 12% poverty rates, and 15% of adults are uninsured. As someone who has also worked in legal aid settings in Durham, Durham has one of the highest eviction rates in the state. These are all much more important measures than supporting policing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 5 people are Max Tinter, Sam Hoffler, Joanne or Jonan, Cadius, and Reverend Eric Johnson, and Leslie St. Dre.
Good morning. My name is Max Tinter. I am a Durham resident, and I am the proud roommate of our previous speaker. I'm really just here to add my voice to the chorus of people encouraging you to vote no, and just echo what's already been said. The people that have already spoken have said some really powerful things and have articulated wonderful reasons for voting no. But simply, if this is about public safety, increased policing does not lead to public safety. Simply, public safety is increased when we invest in human life, when we invest in housing, when we invest in food, when we invest in health, when we invest in actually addressing the root causes of why things go wrong and the resources people need. And I think people have done a wonderful job of articulating all of that, so I'll keep my remarks short, but this will not do anything for public safety. Please vote no.
Hello, my name is Sam Hoffler, and I'm a Durham resident. This is the first time I'm before the new commissioners, so greetings. The last time we were here, former Commissioner Burns said 2 things that stayed with me. One was that the folks who took time out of their nights at that time, that was an evening, I brought my son, it was well past his bedtime, who took all that time to do that. She said that we were not informed enough. This morning, folks are missing work. We're here. We've planned for this. And I've noticed how informed people are. And I think that I would invite the commissioners to really listen to what the Community Safety Wellness Task Force has recommended. That's a ton of work that people have taken away from their families and their personal lives to invest in that. And I would strongly encourage everyone to read it and consider that that is the voice of what people in Durham who are informed, who are engaged, and who are affected by these things are saying. I'm an anti-poverty advocate, and every day in Durham I see that we need more affordable housing, and I see that in a lot of different ways. I know that we need more than affordable housing. We need supportive housing. We have folks who can't even stay in their homes and take care of themselves in their own homes. I see people on fixed incomes who can't keep up with their property taxes, and they can't keep up with how Durham is changing. They can't survive here. My son doesn't have busing 5 days a week. I find that shameful. And we don't have a youth center, which I think is a big hole in everything that we're talking about right now. We need a safe place for youth to be and to grow and to feel safe and to not feel like they're being watched or surveilled, that they can kind of be invested in, and that would be a huge way to show that we care about youth. As an anti-poverty advocate, I say this often about the federal government, but where we put our money matters, and this is actually our money, and I'm requesting that you put our money into something that reflects our values. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Leslie St. Dre, a Durham resident, a parent, a longtime housing and land justice advocate. I'm a member of Mothers for Ceasefire and Durham Beyond Policing, who is here with a no on the $16 million sheriff facility coalition. We're asking you to stand with us on the right side of history by using our collective tax dollars to fund systems of compassion and care, not harm. I want to thank those of you who took the time to meet with us and to try to understand our various communities' concerns, some of which are the level of life and death, especially at a time when law enforcement officers, once again, have killed more people in the past year than any other year on record, in a country keeping more people from their freedom by warehousing them in prisons than anyone else in the world. From Durham to Palestine, we demand those in power stop continued funding and militarization, policing, militarized policing, targeted surveillance of Black and brown bodies. We know the sheriff, his office, and these facilities have virtually no oversight. You know this too. We know the project is part of a much bigger capital expansion project for continued over-policing of our communities. We know there will be environmental impacts, and there's been no environmental review. We know there is no system of accountability. Again, you all know that too. We know we'll never truly know what these officers will be trained on. We reject any facility that will aid in the targeting of our residents, especially now that the sheriffs have to work with ICE. An investment in over-policing of Black and brown bodies in any form is a divestment from their lives and all of our collective futures. If you're going to accrue debts that we'll have to pay back, then it should be to care for our people by addressing their urgent needs. Affordable housing is the number one health priority for Durham residents, number one. So fund HEART in schools, fund HEART throughout the community, all day, every day, and focus on, instead of hunting, harming, and controlling our BIPOC communities, focus on their real community needs. Real community safety means stable, affordable homes, healthcare, education, childcare, and so much more that will help folks thrive here. Thank you.
I'm Eric Johnson. I've been a resident here in Durham County for 8 years. And I'm so grateful to be counted among the dreamers, the voices that I've just heard. I stand before you in opposition to upgrading our county training facility on Electric Road. It's not simply to build a place for cops to train, as one remained clear of concentrated endeavors to militarize our county. If you build it, they will come. And I see this project as a field of nightmares, not of dreams. One must be aware that the plan was born at special interest pressure group politics that is highly questionable. It's not grounded in a deep concern in nonviolence for our community. It would certainly, the $16 million would certainly deviate, it would siphon away from pressing and urgent human needs, many of which we have already listened to. Mental health, housing, nourishing our young people. So I encourage you to strongly, you have an awesome responsibility today to say no to this project, to this expansion. Build and nourish the field of dreams in the organization that we just heard from, in our community, for our youth, for those who are in dire need of housing. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jonah Cadens, and from the sound of it, I need to work on my handwriting. While I don't currently live in Durham, I still think of Durham as my home. I grew up here, I'm applying for jobs here, and I'm looking for housing in Durham. I love it here, and I don't want to see the expansion of policing here. This is likely common knowledge for many of you in this room, but there's no official requirement for documenting police killings in the United States. That being said, the main nonprofit organization that is recording this information is called Mapping Police Violence, and they reported that in 2024, there were more people killed by the police than in any other year in the United States. An average of 3 people a day were killed by the police in the United States in 2024, and Black and brown people are 2.8 times more likely to be killed by the police in the United States than white people. This may seem like an argument for increased police training. However, empirical evidence does not support the argument that increased law enforcement training leads to reduced use of force or to fewer police killings. It's my understanding that money set aside for this police training facility has been set aside for a long time and that it cannot currently be spent on other programs. However, your constituents are clearly communicating that we do not want this project to proceed. We would rather see this money sit than be used to expand policing in Durham. Listen to your constituents and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The last 6 people for in-person are Samuel Scarborough, Kathy Osinski, Herman Sperling, Beth Brockman, Libby Johnson, and Nandi Smith.
Good morning. How is everyone doing this morning? Good morning. My name is Samuel Scarborough. I'm a proud child of Hayti and Durham Public Schools, and I was also the youngest member of the Durham Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. And I'm here today to urge the County Board of Commissioners to vote no on the nearly $20 million investment in the Sheriff's Training Facility. We've heard a lot today. We've heard people talking about how this plan was in the works for a long time, and although it has been in the works for a long time, it's not meeting this current moment. We've heard about the lack of checks and balances with this office and the lack of oversight over this specific proposal. And another thing I want to focus on to add to the chorus, as someone said, of dissonant voices is that I want to draw a parallel with another public safety approach. The previous board met Bull City United, the violence interrupters program, with mixed results in its most recent years, with a complete budget cut. If this is how this institution responded to one public safety approach, then why are we proposing to give nearly $20 million to this public safety approach? Why are we even considering to give this limited obligation bond to an office with decades of, at best, mixed results? And more recently, sexual misconduct allegations in the jail, in a department whose leader is stifling efforts to get a medical director in the jail and is prioritizing his ego over the people in this county. This is Durham. We are Durham. We deserve better. We are the city of medicine. In this precarious moment, we need to invest in healing. Let's focus on staffing the jail to improve the conditions for our incarcerated neighbors. Let's focus on expanding the HEART program, countywide and in our schools. Let's focus on the Durham Community Safety and Wellness Task Force recommendations. Let's focus on addressing the expected social safety net cuts and mass deportation threats from this incoming Trump administration. Let's focus on the continued attacks coming from the General Assembly. Let's focus on young people like myself. Let's focus on housing everyone in this county, but for damn sure I know the last thing we need to be considering right at this moment is a building for the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Okay, I'm new to this, so, okay. I am also a Durham resident taxpayer, and I am in favor of this facility. I'm in favor of it because the sheriff's department should be considered as a profession. Having been a teacher in the inner city of Detroit, where I saw crime, I helped students, I helped keep them out of prison. I know that what is going on right now with the crime in this city is not any of our individual fault. It is a group, okay, that's happening. Yes, we have a lot of mental problems, a lot of problems right now. I am discouraged and fearful of my grandchildren's future, of my children's future. But I have spoken before City Council about affordable housing. So every one of you in here that said affordable housing is low, and I call it low cost because that's what we did up north. And when I spoke before the City Council, they said it's affordable housing. Affordable housing is not over $350,000 a year for people down here. That's not affordable housing. So as far as housing go, to me, that's not what. But the disrespect of no water, no bathrooms. If we didn't have that in a school, the school would be shut down. Okay? Treat the sheriff's department as professionals. I am fearful for my safety for what's coming up with this new administration in Washington, D.C. I feel that our sheriff's department will represent us and protect us, not because of the deportations. That I don't agree with. But I do agree that what is happening and the lack of the facilities for these people, for the sheriff's department, it needs to be built. It's been long enough to live and to, not to live, but to work in an environment like that.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. If you could please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'm new at this. I'm Kathy Osinski. Sorry.
Good morning. My name is Herman Sperling. I'm a resident of Durham. I'm also the founder of the Leesville Road Coalition that has an active membership of 1,200 voters and has a reach of about 5,000 other people that we influence every day. Just to clear the air for those people, I am going to speak in favor of the appropriation for the training facility. But for those of you that might think that I don't have a clue about HEART, I actually established the first 24-hour hotline, I believe in the world, certainly in the United States, with the support of Emerson College, Tufts University, Mass General Hospital, and McLean's Hospital in 1968, well before many of you were born. The issue before us has been presented as an either-or between mental health and policing. That's absurd. It should be an and, not an or. You know, we need to do both. I fully agree that the HEART program should be extended, but why is it only being presented as an alternative to the police? Is this for support for the citizenry, or is it against the police? I'm sorry? I see, thank you. I appreciate the interruption. Is there anyone in this room, of course this is, rhetorical, that would feel safer with a poorly trained police force? Is there anyone that goes to work and doesn't have a bathroom and running water? Is there anyone that goes home and doesn't have a bathroom and running water? You gotta be kidding. Excuse me, can we be polite, please? I assume I'll get some more time. Thank you, Chairman. It's just shouldn't be either or, it needs to be and. Policing is a very stressful job, having the heart people traveling along with law enforcement officers to help calm them down. To go to a domestic violence, the heart people need police support to go there. A few weeks ago, my 4-year-old granddaughter was verbally assaulted by masked demonstrators, and I couldn't call anyone but the police to protect her. That's real world. Does anyone know the name Sowell? I'm just curious because it's a 4-year-old who was shot a few days ago here in Durham. Who is going to stand up for that investigation? It's the police force. So I suggest that we look at this as an and we exhibit the same amount of vigor on every budget item that the Commission has to face. Thank you very much.
Am I good to go? Good morning, y'all. My name is Nandi Smith. I'm a resident of Durham County. I'm here today to urge you to vote against the funding of the $16 million facility. And to not make taxpayers foot the bill. We've heard from many folks the concern around increasing property taxes and other ways that we know we have to pay back loans like a capital bond. So I'm urging y'all to not make the community have to invest in this. We cannot invest in more of the sheriff department when we don't see the change happening when it comes to the rates of violence. We need to try something else. I've been in Durham since 2019 as a student in Durham public schools where students were subject to be pepper sprayed and masked with no care on the other side, particularly for those like me being traumatized by pepper spray and not being able to breathe or seeing classmates be body slammed. What would it mean to have something like a heart in public schools to prevent and intervene conflict before it gets to that point? People responding without pepper spray or tasers or guns. You can look at the Durham Youth Listening Report for examples and really clear proposals that community feels excited to have the details of and a clear vision of other alternatives to safety that came from the Durham Youth Listening Report from the city with proposals from many youth about what would actually tend to their needs. I want to urge y'all to really listen to young people in Durham and the next generation. I urge y'all to also put resources behind other proposals like those from the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. Many recommendations we've seen continue to not be resourced. And we really urge y'all to follow the city in resourcing these many recommendations that the task force went through a very participatory, engaged community process. I feel really tired of coming here all the time and not feeling like I'm heard here, or that we're actually met in an accessible way to be heard and given a forum to share our priorities with y'all. So thank you for the time today, and say no to funding the facility.
Hello, County Commissioners and residents of Durham. My name is Beth Brockman. I'm a resident of Durham for the last 29 years and a member leader of SONG, Southerners on New Ground, an LGBTQ member-based organization working throughout the South. And I'm here in opposition to the $16 million being spent on the Sheriff Training Center. I want to do something a little unusual, but I'd like to ask people who are here who are actually opposing this to please stand up. And I want you county commissioners to notice, this isn't all of Durham, but it's representative Durham. Thank you. I'm also a spiritual director, so I actually don't talk a whole lot. A director sits with people once a month, listens to them very deeply, and then I name what I notice. And so I've been noticing you during this time. How much you've been paying attention, what seems to move you, and what doesn't seem to move you. I also noticed, as I walked into this building, there is no Confederate statue out here. It came down in 2017, one of the first places in the country to bring down a Confederate statue. That is something to be proud of, dismantling oppression and violence. And so I'm here today to ask you once again to stand for what's right, what's just, against oppression, against violence, and investing in the community, which you've heard many people talk about, and divesting from systems of oppression and violence. Don't you want to be known for that rather than another cop city? Thank you.
I'm Libby Johnson, been a part of Durham for almost 10 years. I'm also going to give my credentials. I'm a raging granny. I'm also part of Voices for Justice in Palestine, and have been part of the Immigration and Refugee Day for our city here and county. I come to you as a former social worker, mastered level back in the 60s and 70s. I also am a family nurse practitioner, retired. And all of those experiences, I have learned that unless the root causes of violence are dealt with, we will never see a society that can function with compassion, with less oppression, get rid of disparities, and building a militarized cop city in Durham actually goes against what this city voted to do in this county in 2018. Demilitarize Durham to Palestine. So I thank all the young people and those organizers that have listed so many good reasons why we shouldn't move forward. And I'm begging the commissioners here to look at this honestly, that we need to keep our society here in Durham. It's the only city in the United States that has banned any sort of military training, which this will be. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the individuals who signed up in person. We have individuals signed up virtually. Give Clerk Wallace a moment to pull them up, beginning with Jamie Bishop. Please, I know we'll see your name, but just introduce yourself and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. And remember to unmute yourself. Jamie.
Hi, can I be heard?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for taking the time to put this meeting together. I think a lot of folks have said very similar things to what I think and believe. As a citizen of Durham, I chose to live here because of the way that we talk about restorative justice. And I think the money that is potentially going towards this project could be used for preventative measures to solve root causes of the problem. We have a lot of data and information about how the heart problem works, or how the heart solution could work. And I think that the money would be better spent there and in other community resources. Thank you.
Damon Williams.
Can I be heard?
Yes, Damon, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Damon Williams, and I'm a Durham resident. Please disapprove this amendment and stop using county funding to further militarize the Durham County Sheriff Department. The $16 million on the line could be reallocated to projects, programs, and infrastructure that truly make our communities safe, like expanding the HEART program or actually addressing the public school transportation crisis. As the parent of a child who rides the bus to and from Durham Public Schools every day, I received a transportation update that included the possibility that their bus route would be discontinued as a result of a bus driver shortage. Even a portion of $16 million could be reinvested in public school transportation to better pay our underpaid, overworked, yet still highly dedicated bus drivers and ensure that my child and thousands others can keep riding the bus. Listen to Durham Association of Educators on this. As the elected officials of a progressive center in our state that is the proud home to a wide range of communities, the commissioners have the opportunity and responsibility to buck an unfortunate national trend post-Ferguson and post-summer 2020 uprisings, which is the steep uptick in police and sheriff training facilities that blight our communities and green spaces. The rejection of using county funding in this manner would put the county in step with the city council that rejected police training partnerships between Durham Police Department and the Israeli military. While these police training facilities have bipartisan support, they have grown substantially under Democrat-led municipalities and counties. While the threat of fascism from the right cannot be understated, Democrat strategy at multiple levels seems to be a rightward creep toward authoritarianism via increased police militarization and repression of speech and dissent, all shrouded in the language of community safety. I hope that our commissioners will collectively reject that premise. So I'm urging this commission to take a truly progressive stance, listen to our community, and keep Durham shining as an example of what is possible when democracy wins. With or without our elected officials, the people choose a demilitarized future that is both necessary and inevitable. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Kathleen Bellevue.
Hi, all. My name is Kathleen. I'm a medical student here in the Triangle. It feels important to me as a future primary care provider to be here today and to speak out against the proposed $16 million sheriff training facility, which I believe will cause significant harm to the health of Durham residents. In the clinic, I have seen the ways that socioeconomic circumstances and systemic racism impact the health of patients in our community. Policing and incarceration are really harmful and predominantly affect low-income and Black and brown neighborhoods. Quote-unquote, enhancing police training really just means more disruption and suffering of our communities. I think it's clear to a lot of Durham residents and to the residents here today that if the $16 million project to expand the Durham police is approved, that will just lead to more policing, harassment, and incarceration, and worse health outcomes for Durham residents. I ask the Board of Commissioners to vote no on the police facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea Earls.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. My name is Chelsea Earls. I've lived in Durham for over 25 years. I'm a former IA in DPS, a queer disabled single parent of an awesome DPS student who doesn't have a bus today and doesn't have counseling or specialized staffing at her school any day that can meet her needs. She doesn't have an IEP because of funding, DPS funding and staffing. It's an open secret that not everyone who qualifies for an IEP gets one because of resources. And I know that it's not you all who set funding for our schools, but we do count on you to make it up. And we're in crisis. I have friends and neighbors, and it would be us if it weren't for family help that are struggling not to fall through the gaping holes in our safety net, like struggling to feed kids and not lose homes. And we're in a crisis. We're in a financial crisis. And I assume that the reason that we don't have what we need in our schools and in our homes and is that we don't have as a county, we don't have the money, but I don't understand how we do have the money for this militarization of the sheriff's office and deputies. And I guess I'm listening to things that other people have said. One thing is that we don't need a $16 million compound to have bathrooms or soundproofing or anything like that. This is something different. This is militarization. This is based around the target practice, space. It's not training for de-escalation and sorry, I'm nervous, but this is militarizing our police. This is increasing violence and pressure in our communities. And we have been clear in electing. Yeah.
Thank you. Adam Novak.
Hello. My name's Adam Novak. I'm the secretary of the Bay Point at MLK Homeowners Association. And I'm here to speak against the $16 million bond proposal. I mean, frankly, I think we have better uses for the debt. This isn't money we have. It's money we would have to borrow. And I think a lot of other people have made very good cases for what we could borrow money to pay for if we were in such a mood. I also think that if we did build this facility, it would become obsolete very quickly. I don't think that a lot of other people here think that public safety is going to look like it does now in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, however long this facility is meant to last. I don't think, and frankly, I hope that it won't involve nearly as much gun shooting as it does today, for example. Are we going to get our money's worth out of a gun range if we achieve our goal of reducing the amount that our sheriffs shoot people? I think that we should not fund this. And even if you do want to fund it, you should definitely pull it from the consent agenda because it does not seem to have the people's consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And then our last speaker, Jackie Wagstaff.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jacqueline Wagstaff. I've been a resident of this city for more than 45 years. I've raised 3 African-American males in Durham Public School, and I can honestly say that
Ms. Wagstaff, it's hard to hear you. Can you speak up?
Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, my name is Jacqueline Wagstaff. I've been an advocate in this community for over 45 years. And as I've listened to some of the speakers today, it is amazing to me that out of a population of 296,186 residents, a handful of people can come down here and sway the decision of this body. There are several things that were said about this CIP funding that are not true. First of all, CIP funding is a grant. It is not a loan that you have to go take out at the bank to fund this project. This is a CIP funding, and CIP funding is to be used for major non-recurrent public expenditures, non-recurring. You cannot take this money and reapply it to something else just because a handful of people come down here and say, we want you to apply this to something else. This is non-reoccurring funding. The HEART team is reoccurring funding. So if you somehow reapplied this funding to the HEART team, then what happens next year when that funding has to be reapplied and there's no reoccurring funding for it? We have to understand that while we use our heart, I agree with a lot of things that were said today, and I've been out here on these grounds, and I live in a neighborhood where I look at mental illness every day when I come down Fayetteville Street. And I have my opinion about the HEART team, but I won't share that today because I've seen some things. But I do understand funding and how it's applied. This is not funding that we can just come in here and say, approve it. We have to go ahead and make this happen because this is non-occurring grant, CIP funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. That concludes our public citizen comment period. And I want to thank everyone who's come out. I know it's a rainy Monday morning. Folks have taken off time from work. We are going to move to the consent agenda, and then there will be later on, I'm guessing probably within, I'm estimating about maybe an hour to get through, 30 minutes to an hour to get through, 30 minutes to get through consent agenda, and then there'll be a presentation from the sheriff's office for individuals, just to give you a heads up of what the time will be looking like to get to that. Okay, I will now pass it to the county manager to run us through consent.
Good morning, board members. We have quite a few items on the consent agenda, and for our benefits of our residents in the audience, we will discuss these items, but they will be reviewed again at our meeting next week. And so we'll walk through them. There have been lots of questions about the items from board members, so there may or may not be questions, but I'll read the number, and if there are questions, just let me know. 240720, that's an approval to enter into a contract with BFPE International Inc. in the amount of $137,825 for annual maintenance, servicing, and repairs of county life safety systems in our facilities. I'll go to the next one. 240737, approval of contract renewal with Employee Bridge Holding Company, doing business as West Staff, in the amount of $59,373.75 to extend temporary staff contract. The next one is 240754, approval of a contract with the City of Durham to accept municipal solid waste and yard waste from Durham County at the city's transfer station in an amount not to exceed $236,000.
Yes, I had a question about that one. I wanted just more explanation about how does it work between the city and the county with regards to solid waste.
Okay, our General Services Director will explain that information, and this contract amount is consistent with prior years. There was a question asked about that.
So the county provides service to the non-incorporated portion of the county. We provide services at the curb with regards to recycling. That's a separate contract. And then with regards to garbage, we have 3 sites where individuals can actually go to those sites and dispose of their garbage and their recycling and yard waste. From those 3 sites, the city would pick up the garbage and the recycling and take it to the transfer station for us. We have only one vehicle that can actually pull containers, and so the city supports us in that effort.
And do county residents pay a fee for?
Yes, there's a fee for services associated with the solid waste department, and I believe the fee. Chrissy, you're online. Can you pull up Chrissy Corboy? She's online with regards to the fee that is associated with the services, and residents of the city can also purchase a sticker in order to go to our convenience sites.
Yeah, I just wanted to know how that works, so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks, and we'll send the fee rate schedules to you. All right.
Can I follow up just?
Sure.
So this arrangement, well, what was the arrangement prior to 2024? And so the current
No, this has been a long-standing arrangement with the city with regards to taking our refuse to the transfer station. But annually, we have to reapprove this contract in order to continue those services between the city and the county.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We'll move forward. Okay, the next one is 240766, budget ordinance amendment to recognize additional state fiscal recovery funds allotment of $11,331 to the Durham County Library. The next one is 240768. This is approval of a contract with NWN Corporation in the amount of $719,856 for server room upgrades at the Durham County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, I had a question about that as well, because I noticed when we voted, had our first vote as a commission on December 9th, we voted for some technology upgrades with the sheriff's office. So I just wanted someone from the sheriff's office to explain, you know, all the technology updates and why it's needed.
Mr. Labar?
The staff member is coming up to explain those, and this is related to the server upgrades. Within our capital budget, there are dollars set aside for recurring repairs, renovations, as well as software replacements and upgrades. It is separated into two categories. One is for the sheriff's office, and then one for county-related expenses. And so the staff will now give some highlights on that.
Good morning, Commissioners. Our staff member, our IT director, is not available today, but we're happy to answer any specific questions as it relates to the differences between these two contracts. I know I have one in particular that was supported by this vendor that is a separate capital project being funded by a separate capital project at the jail. I know this one in particular is for a server room upgrade at the courthouse.
So what we'll do is circle back as we prepare for the Monday meeting and send additional information. And so is that okay?
That's fine with me. I want to make sure I get specific information. So previously we did networking equipment as well as servers. Now we're talking about server room. And I want to, that's essentially, it seems the same thing, right? It is, I have an IT background, and unless we're talking about infrastructure within the server room, like racks and switches and things like that, I just want to understand what the differences are between what we approved previously and what we're approving today.
Yes, sir. We'll get you those answers.
Okay.
Can I make one more comment? Yeah, and I just think it's important for our residents to understand all the technology that's needed, that has to constantly stay upgraded. Those costs are, it's something that's constantly changing. So it's important for residents to understand that's why this is being done. So thank you.
Okay. The next item is 240771. This is a sole source exemption approval for Utilities Division to purchase 75 HP Nord motor BNR rotor from Viola Water Technologies, doing business as Kruger, in the amount of $13,383.79. The next one is 240772, approval of Carolina Management Team LLC contract amendment for painting and coating services for the Utilities Division in the amount of $110,000, bringing the contract from $190,000 to $300,000, and to execute any other related contract amendments not to exceed $325,000. The next one is a approval of a capital project amendment, reducing the main library capital project to zero, transferring the funds to a PAYGO project for the Judicial Building Annex capital project to cover final change orders and increase construction administration expenses for the groundwater intrusion repairs project. This will also amend the contract with Enterprises G and R&D Architects, as well as transferring $6.4 million in unused capital project funding to the debt service fund for future uses. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I just had sent a quick email last night. Judicial Annex building, is that
where we're now housing veteran services and probation and parole? Okay.
Yes,
Because
that's
we tend to have names that may not longer be relevant because we're not using that building as a judicial annex anymore. I just wanted to clarify that for the new commissioners.
Thank you, and we'll make sure we update that change. Okay, the next one is 240776. This is a budget ordinance amendment to recognize fund in the amount of $13,555 from the Division of Child and Health Wellbeing, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services for the Durham's Innovative Nutrition Program. The next one is 240781, approval of capital project amendment 31, designing the current fleet maintenance facility capital project currently named on Seaton Road Maintenance Facility Capital Project to the Ellis Road Fleet Maintenance Facility Capital Project, as well as execution of the contract for architectural designs with HH Architecture for the Ellis Road Fleet Maintenance Facility Project. The next one is 240783. This is to receive the Environmental Affairs Board 2024 Annual Report.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the outstanding work of the Environmental Affairs Board and really appreciate their report and the work that they are doing to help both the city and the county. So thank you.
The next one is 240788. This is to approve the execution of pre-construction services contract with Samet Corporation in an amount not to exceed $99,824 for the Ellis Road Fleet Maintenance Services Facility. The next one is 240789. This to authorize the county manager execute a contract with the team of Bordeaux Construction Company and Distribution for pre-construction services for the new Durham County EOC Backup 911 Center. This is not to exceed $275,000.
I had a question about that one.
Sure.
Because I drove over to the property yesterday. Is that the building that's right behind the Durham Youth Home off Broad Street? Is that where it's going to be? Okay.
Well, and I'll have someone, the answer is yes, but I always like the experts to also weigh in if needed, but they.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. Perry Manns, Deputy Director for County Engineering. The short answer to your question is yes. We're actually going to demolish the existing structure and rebuild a new structure north of it, but it's still the same site. And the good news is that we're through the construction process or pre-construction process. We think we're able to allow the existing facility to remain in operation while the construction takes place. So that's a significant cost savings to the county, avoiding us from having to go out and seek a lease space or an alternative location during construction. So, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, because I was trying to envision in my mind where this was. So I drove over there yesterday. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Perry. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, I had asked these questions last night, but I do want to raise them here and just have staff comment, which is this gets back to the issue of frankly, us strategically using the funding that we have and efficiently using funding, and around the issue of consolidation of our 911 center. And I would like staff to comment on, this is a very big project, a $40 million project, and in it we are providing several backup centers, and so we are providing for the EOC backup, the joint city-county 911 backup and then a separate Office of the Sheriff 911 Center backup. And I asked, what does that represent in terms of the square footage of the facility that we have the redundancy of having 2 911 centers, and so that's the way we're currently doing things. And I wanted to know how much is that costing us building this new facility? What is the, if you could break down the costs for each of those, and specifically the cost related to having a separate 911 center for the Office of the Sheriff in terms of square footage and the cost.
Okay, and I'll start based on information shared with the board, and my colleagues can weigh in. The total, I'll break it down. The city's cost for this, because it is a joint funded project, is $28.6 million, with the county's cost of $20.4 million, and the cost allocated for the backup component for the sheriff's center is $4.5 million. And this cost share is based on an interlocal agreement that we have with the city of Durham, where there is a 50-50 split between the city and the county for emergency management services. By law, the emergency management services are operated through the county, but we do share those expenses with the city. The 911 ILA has a split of 79%, 21% right now, city, county, and then the county will do the 100% cost for the backup component for the sheriff's area. So regardless as to how we move forward, the total project cost will remain the same. Redundancy, when you're talking about continuity of operations, especially in this environment, is the model that we're trying to make sure that we look at. And I'll have Perry correct anything that I've said or add on otherwise.
Thank you, Manager. You've basically stated all of the breakdowns in terms of the costing. As far as square footage, the emergency management and EOC component is basically 25,000 square feet of the 38,000, which is roughly 66%. The city county backup 911 square footage is roughly 9,900 square feet, 26%. And then the sheriff's backup call center itself is just over 3,100 square feet at just over 8%.
And have we ever done, up to this point, a study of what it would look like to actually consolidate our 911 centers and possible cost savings with that? Not capital, operations, personnel, because right now we have, our population is about 300,000 people within the city limits and about 40,000 residents outside of the county city limits in the unincorporated areas. Have we done that analysis yet?
That analysis has not occurred yet. As we work through this process, we will evaluate sort of long-term what needs to occur operationally. And I know the board has have requested comparisons of other communities and how they do that work. And so staff will follow up with additional information, and I think that we'll come back with more clarity what that looks like.
I'd like to just ask a really quick question kind of on that. Hypothetically, if the 911 centers were combined, could one of them be used as a backup instead of building a new one? Instead of building this new backup location? So say they were combined, right? And wherever they are, one of them. Combined to be the combined 911. The one that was vacated, would that be able to be a backup location instead of the construction of a brand new backup
I'll have Perry
location?
chat some on that.
the big driver with having backup 911 locations is to make sure they're not under the same roof, just in case if they have some emergent issue, some crisis. And so right now, the sheriff's office has a sort of makeshift facility inside the animal control building. And so they're looking to, I guess, get a more permanent, more purpose-built solution. And that's why they're including this as part of this project. Staff is continuing to work. Of course, you know, it's a bit complicated in that all the parties that we have involved with this project, with the sheriff's office and the police department, but we continue to work with those agencies to try to figure out a way to sort of streamline and be more efficient to meet the request of the commissioners, but we haven't quite fully flushed that out yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there are no other questions. We'll move forward with 240791, approved contract award for RFQ 24045, miscellaneous outfalls improvement project funded by Collection System Rehabilitation, appropriating $153,500 with Kimberly Horn and Associates to provide Phase 1 professional engineering services in the amount of $153,500, not to exceed $168,500. The next item is 240792, which is approval of capital project amendment, increasing the budget for the Stanford L. Warren Library to $5,378,82, and a budget amendment appropriating $200,000 of debt service fund balance, transferring those funds to a pay-go construction project, and interior upgrades, as well as executing a contract change order in amount not to exceed $285,000 with Muter Construction for unforeseen conditions related to the interior repairs and upgrades at the Stanford L. Warren Library, including owner's contingency for an amount not to exceed $4,425,324. The next item is 240794. This to approve 2 conservation easement projects, Wesley Christian Pool for 25 acres at 1800 and 1801 Tilly Farm Road, Rougemont, and Billy and Tony Stevens for 40 acres at 3500 Bohema Road, Rougemont, using county open space funds for 25% of the total project cost.
So I had a question, County Manager Hager. So this property is going to be committed to being open like forever, or are we purchasing it? Yeah, I just want some more information. I think it sounds really great, but I just want to know exactly.
And we have Celeste Burns, our open space and a real estate manager, she will share more insight on the project.
Thank you. So this is part of our open space conservation work program, and these 2 properties will remain privately owned. And the owners are basically selling their development rights to ensure that it's permanently protected open space. So the landowners are committed to the long-term permanent protection of the land. In the case of Wesley Pool, this is an addition to the Tilly Farm, which is a historic farm. And for the Stevens, this is kind of their commitment to wildlife protection and habitat conservation. Does that answer your questions? And these projects are both through the Farmland Protection Advisory Board and the Open Space and Trails Commission. I think you're the new commissioner, so you'll get to learn a lot more about those projects there.
Thank you so much.
All right. The next one is another open space item.
County Manager, I
Yes,
just wanted
I'm sorry.
to also, I really wanted to lift up, I think there are 4 items on our agenda related to open space today, and I didn't want to comment on all 4 separately. I just wanted to really lift up your work, Celeste, and your entire team. Amazing. We have on our agenda the protection of the two properties that were just mentioned. Also, the Glenn family farm, which is a historic black farm, which is contiguous to two other historic black farms that we've already helped to protect. We have the Garrett Road bottomlands, which contributes to the New Hope Creek watershed protection. And then we have an amazing donation of almost $400,000 of a Durham County resident donating that to Durham County up in North Durham, protecting the Little River watershed. And I just want to highlight the fact that several of these have brought in grant funding or a free outright donation, which also reflects on your department's ability to go out and get grant funding and the trust that you have built up with families in Durham that they want to partner with Durham County Open Space. And I'm so grateful for you and the work that you all do. And lastly, your amazing agenda action form. I just wanted to lift it up. I spoke to the county manager about it yesterday. Under the policy impact portion, you have mentioned the new strategic plan. I want to give you a shout out for tying this item back to our new strategic plan objectives. Also, you reference the comprehensive land use plan and other adopted Durham County plans, and you give incredible background information that is so helpful to me as a county commissioner. So thank you so much.
You are very welcome. It is a privilege to do this work for the county and for these landowners who want to protect their land.
Okay. The next item is 240796. This is to approve the acquisition of 15.5 acres at 4350 Garrett Road as permanently protected open space within the New Hope Creek corridor with a county open space cost of $118,450 as a part of a total acquisition of $301,953. The next item is 240797. This is the interlocal cooperation agreement for the division of sales tax between the County of Durham and the City of Durham, July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. And this is for our next budget year, but we start those conversations and the agreement process around mid-year of the prior fiscal year. The next one is 240804. This is approval of the documents of the 500 East Main Street Affordable Housing Development. Yes.
Thank you, Manager Hager. I had a number of questions about this item. First of all, this is like a really big deal. We have been working on the 300 and 500 East Main Street project, as Perry Mans knows, for about 6 years, am I correct? Or 7 years or 8 years? How long has it been, Perry? 7 years. And so we're now moving forward with construction of the 500 East Main Street project, which will be 195 units of affordable housing built on the Durham County parking lot across from our Health and Human Services building. So, big moment. I am not an attorney. I skimmed all the documents, and I have a few questions. And these are similar things that I asked when we did this with 300 East Main Street. Could you have someone show me in here, I know the period of affordability that is mentioned here is 40 years. But I didn't see clearly in the documents what happens after 40 years, and I want to make sure that the county has the right of first refusal when that happens, if the developer no longer wants to maintain the property as affordable housing. And I tried to find where it says that, and legally I couldn't. So if somebody can tell me where it makes sure that we are protected in that way.
Yes, ma'am. So, Commissioners, yeah, you wouldn't find it in these documents because it was in the original MDA. And so, similar to what we did on 300, 500 will be structured such that it is basically a 99-year lease to the affordable housing developer. The county owns the property. However, at year 36 through 40, both parties, the county and the developer, sort of review the just review the structure of the agreement and how things are being managed. And the county can then determine whether we want to continue our agreement or arrangements with the affordable housing developer at that time. So the county owns the property, so we will always be in control of it through the 99-year, through the ownership, but then also through the 99-year ground lease. So it is structured the same way you asked that it be structured on 300. So.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you so much. And to the community, I just want to say this is really important because one of the failures, and Perry, I have another question, of the way we have structured previously public investment in affordable housing is that we lose track of these properties, and also 30 years is not enough to invest public funding in permanent affordable housing. So I'm very proud that the county is structuring our deals differently and that we've learned from that mistake. Okay, my second question is, this is now something new. We have, at our last joint city-county meeting, we talked about the need to tie in the affordable housing units that the city and the county is funding back into our homeless services, and that we have a waiting list for people who have been identified as we know need affordable housing and qualify for the 30% AMI or below units. But what we've been lacking is a mechanism to designate those units to be tied back into the system. So in this project, we're going to have, I saw 53 units at 30% AMI or below. And so before we approve this, I would like to know how we can incorporate into the agreement that these units, eligibility for these units, there be some communication with the Laurel Street partners to coordinate with the city community development, with Homeless Services Advisory Committee. I don't know who is the right entity, but that this is connected back to the waiting list that we have. We have to connect our pipeline of 30% AMI or below units to people who are already identified as needing and qualifying for these units. So I know you can't give me an answer now, but
Commissioner Jacobs,
we need this before we approve this.
Okay, so what we can do, because as you know, this has been in process since 2017, okay? And as you know, the buildings are coming up. So we'll flesh out a process or a mechanism. We'll look at what the city is doing to make sure that there's an awareness of also how they're making sure the accessibility is equitable. And I think that's the main issue that we've heard in the past. It is a fair process, and to the extent we use mechanisms that are in process to help identify potential tenants for those spaces. And I think the spirit of that is there, but what you're saying, you want to better understand, well, what does that process look like? And so by next week, we may not be able to flesh out the total process, But the timing wise, we need these documents to move forward so that we can continue on the process of getting the project completed. But what we can do is come back next month and outline at least what we envision as a framework. And we do have time to flesh it out even further. And I know, again, this is a huge community priority. And with the city, I think because they have more projects, they're also fleshing it out. And Perry, what is the time frame that we're trying to work towards for this? Because again, I know these are time sensitive.
Yeah, so what's significant about this, Manager, is the reason we're bringing these amendments back primarily is the fact that the 500 project includes HUD funding. And you may recall the 300 project did not. And so HUD has put in some requirements, some requests, I guess, to align with their policies. And so that's what we're trying to adhere to. But the key point here is that getting these documents approved is critical to us getting closing on the HUD financing.
Okay.
And so the manager stated it eloquently. We do not need to tie, our desires in the ninth inning, just to be honest. So let's get through these approvals, get these documents approved so we can get the closing from the HUD financing, and certainly staff can work with Laurel Street, the Housing Authority, the city, whomever, on coming up with crafting a policy to sort of make, I guess, the application process meet your desires in terms of attempting to meet the homelessness.
Okay, so I hear you saying this is time sensitive and it's something separate, but again, we have to, because I heard Reginald Johnson say in our meeting that the only project that we've jointly funded right now, the Hardy Street project, is the only one where it was put into the agreement with the developer that they had to work with our, and in this case, Housing for New Hope, who is the contractor for the city, and is aware of who is waiting and eligible for the housing. That's the only one where we've put it into writing, and I just want to make sure we don't make that mistake here. And same thing with 300 East Main, which has 22 30% AMI or below units. And so, and also so thank you.
Yes.
I hear you're going to come back.
We'll come back.
And I did want to also raise the fact that this project has 31 units that are the Section 8 housing voucher units. So this is what you're referring to as the HUD funded units.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Make sure I'm clear. So there are 53 units that are designated for individuals with 30% AMI, and there's supposed to be like an application process for that.
Yes.
Okay.
For fair, equitable housing that has to occur.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 24805. This is a budget ordinance amendment to appropriate $152,740 in general fund balance to Urban Ministries of Durham to cover increased security expenses, bringing the total of the contract to $533,096. The next item is 240806 to award a contract to Frizz and Nickel for engineering services for the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant Inspection Study for the Utilities Division in the amount of $547,900, not to exceed $650,000.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on this. This is a very big deal. We're spending a lot of money on this plan, and I wanted to understand how you will be working, how an assessment of land use and the future place type map will be a part of this project, and also whether you'll be working with the Jordan Lake One Water group on this as well, because it has implications for the Jordan Lake watershed.
Yes, we currently have, this is Vince Cherichello, Senior Project Manager with Utilities. We currently have a separate project underway right now where we are jointly modeling the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Basin to analyze the capacity of what is going to be deliverable by the new place type maps. When we get that information, that will be incorporated into this study that we're moving forward with Friesen Nichols. This specific study with Friesen Nichols is to look at the nutrient loading of the Jordan Lake and to start conversations with Division of Water Quality to verify what we would have to do with the nutrients, whether we can put them out into the Jordan Lake river basin or if we've got to go to another point. So we're really trying to look into the future, trying to incorporate the RTP 3.0 plan, and we're trying to bring it all into perspective as to what the future holds for the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Basin.
Okay. The next item is 240807, approved capital project amendment 29 and budget amendment 61, decreasing the open space and farmland preservation capital fund by $184,750, transferring those funds to general fund to support the purchase of Clara Glen Farm conservation easement. The next item is 240808, budget ordinance amendment to 63 to recognize $4,461 from the North Carolina Department of Public Health Division of State of Child Fatality Prevention Section Branch for child fatality case reporting. The next item is 240809, budget ordinance amendment 62 to appropriate $110,737 in general fund balance to increase the Durham County's contract with Bell Path to provide comprehensive medical services for inmates in the Durham County Detention Center and residents of the Durham County Youth Home. The next one is 240811. This is approve the acceptance of land donation and permanent protection of 8414 Meadowview Lane, 20 acres for open space, and authorize the county manager to execute any necessary documents related to the acceptance and protection of this open space land.
Sorry, Manager Hager. May
Yes.
I ask a question on, actually, yeah,
Yes,
so
good
for
one.
the one right before 24-0809, just wondering if Director Jenkins is here of when we outsource, or not outsource, but when the cases, it's up to $400,000 of off-site medical care. So how is it determined if it's on-site versus it moves to off-site medical care?
Dr. Rod Jenkins, Public Health Director. Happy New Year to this new board. For the most part, we do have a team of specialists, primarily working in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department and WellPath staff that determines whether or not an individual needs to go off-site. We do all that we can to ensure that they do stay on site, but most of the time they have specialty appointments or radiology, things like that. So when that is determined, then they have to go off-site.
Okay. So it's not necessarily instances where like they're provided, are there instances where they're provided care on-site, but then if that care isn't adequate for the issues that they're facing, that then they will have to move? It's like,
That is correct, Madam Chair.
okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, are we on item 809, 0809? Is that what we are?
We went back to 0809, and so we're now at 0811.
Oh,
Yeah, we've actually
okay.
read that one. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm sorry I missed what was said about this. I guess one of my questions was how much of this overage, because it talks about it being for the detention center and the youth home, how much of it is related to each of those items. And it's fine for us to get this before Monday. I'm also just trying to understand what is going on, and maybe other people ask this as well, but just to understand what's
causing the contract
because
costs.
it references when we go over 400 people a month, and just which months are we going over that number, but also just having an idea of like what are the major cost centers related to the healthcare in the detention center. Are there what are the biggest drivers? Are there certain detainees?
Sure.
And if so, how long have they been in the detention center? Things like that. I just feel like we don't have a whole lot of information being provided. I don't really know what's going on, and would like to understand better.
And Dr. Jenkins will weigh in. I will say that if we compare medical costs that we're dealing with our own employees, we're dealing with higher cost for those services, and I know some of that is a mirror of what's happening in the industry. Inflationary costs with pharmacy, drugs, and other medical expenses. Cost of care is higher, and I know Dr. Jenkins can send back to us the details as far as the delineation between West Youth Home compared to what is detention related, but then also very high level where they're seeing those patterns. But I'll let Dr. Jenkins weigh in.
You literally took the words right out of my mouth, Madam Manager. A lot of the year-over-year costs are involved. Primarily drivers are pharmaceutical costs. Put it short, we have a lot of sick inmates that require a higher level of care. As I mentioned before, radiology is one of the main ones. So to this board, again, at the direction of the county manager, we're happy to get this information to you. But I'm also delighted to let you know that we have enhanced our reporting in our meetings with WellPath in an effort to really understand. We have internal public health meetings, but then we also have a lot of different conferencing with WellPath to get a better understanding of it. I can assure you that most of the expenses are coming from the jail, not necessarily the youth home, but we're more than happy to get that to this board.
Yeah, I really, data is what we really need to be looking at and understanding, again, what are the types of the cost centers, but also the people. Because if we have somebody sitting in the jail for 4 and 5 years and they have all these health costs, and then we have to be asking other questions, why are they there for 4 or 5 years?
Indeed.
And costing the county a lot of money.
Indeed, Commissioner Jacobs, but I can also assure you from the data that we've received that the length of stay for individuals who are sick is very, very slim. But again, every so often we get one that comes into the jail and they're very sick, and they require us to kind of have a nice little plan of care that requires them to go outside of the jail. But we're happy to get that information to you.
I had one quick question for Dr. Jenkins. Are we seeing a lot of inmates who are at the county jail? Are they struggling like with type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure, those chronic illnesses?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. They run the gambit. I can say that with certainty. And again, when you think about those who are coming in with chronic illnesses, but also those who are coming in with opioid addictions, we're seeing a lot of that. But again, Manager Hager said it best. If you compare it to the county's plan and all that we're going through with that, it's a direct reflection of what's going on in healthcare right now. The costs are exorbitant.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I read 240811, and so I'll move to 240813. This is the approval to extend the existing interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Durham to contract for a joint crisis communications plan to January 1st, 2026. The next one is 240814. This is to authorize the county manager to sign and submit a letter to the Friends of the Gear Cemetery to use in their application for National Historic Marker signage of the Historic Gear Cemetery. And that will authorize the Friends of Gear Cemetery to cooperate with the William G. Pomeroy Foundation to install the sign if the application funding are approved. The next one is 24815, Budget Ordinance Amendment to recognize $2,493 in travel grant funding awarded by the State Library of North Carolina. And the next one is 24816, approval of agreement with Alliance Health in the amount of $503,803 to manage the provision of high-quality, cost-effective mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance use services to the residents of Durham. And this is a follow-up from a conversation with Alliance Health in November. The next one is, yes.
Yes, thank you, Manager Hager. I just wanted to clarify because I looked at the agreement and I saw reference to some of the expansion investments that we had discussed with Alliance, but I did not see any specific reference to the increased funding for the Threshold Mental Clubhouse and El Futuro. Alliance committed to increasing their year-to-year funding for that, and I didn't see that, and I just wanted to make sure that was going to be included in their budget.
So let us follow back up with it. I am sure they are. They may be using some of their state allocation to handle that. If I'm not mistaken, I believe part of the strategy has been to braid funding, and they're trying to use a model that they've used at Orange County, but we'll circle back. But I know that is still their intent.
Okay.
But we'll explicitly state how they'll use that. If you also noticed in the contract, they did note how they will expand services in some other key areas, but we'll flesh that part out.
And I also just wanted to note publicly we have our new liaison, Commissioner Burton, to Alliance. I also really hope that we can hear more from them about some of the model projects that they are partnering with in Mecklenburg County and Wake County, especially around supportive housing, and also some really innovative mental health models. There was an article last week about respite homes that they're opening one in Wake County, and so I would love to find out how we can bring some of those things to Durham, especially since Alliance is a partner in those projects in other counties. So I wanted to raise that issue. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. I had some questions, but I said I'm going to have an orientation. So I said I can ask those questions when I have my orientation. So thank you.
Madam Manager?
Yes.
This amount that is being proposed here is just triggered by operation of law, correct?
I'm sorry,
this amount here of $6 million is triggered by operation of law. Like this is in state law that this happens.
This happens.
Right. Okay.
What the material change in this contract compared to previous years is that we're moving to a reimbursement model because of Medicaid expansion and other dollars that have been appropriated. Although we've budgeted the $6.5 million in the past several years, we've not expended it because we've been able to take advantage of other state and federal dollars. And so from procedurally, we spent some time trying to figure out what's the best approach, and going forward, we will allocate dollars to them on a reimbursement basis, except for the areas that we explicitly stated within the contract that are focus areas. And so, for an example, doing this off the top of my head, but last year we may have spent about $2 million compared to what was budgeted. And then the board in November asked for them to come up with strategies on how they can do longer term investments that aren't covered through the state and federal dollars. And so they outlined a multi-year strategy for some of those areas. And one example is expanded funding for school medical support as far as counselors. And so a little bit more history, and so we can also share others.
Thank you.
All right, and then the last item is one we'll talk about momentarily is 240645. This is the capital project amendment appropriating $16.5 million in limited obligation bond funds for the Durham County Sheriff's Training Facility capital project and execution of the construction manager at risk guaranteeing maximum price contract with CT Wilson Construction for the training facility at the total not to exceed $15.9 million. And again, we'll have a conversation about this momentarily.
Can I just ask just a clarifying thing? In our public comments, there's a few comments about this being on a consent agenda during the work session versus our regular meeting in next week. Can you explain what that means? Because it's not that it the consent agenda is really for like discussion here, like we're just talking about it. We send some items to the consent agenda in our regular meeting, but other things that are action based, that need discussion, they get discussed next meeting, right? I just want to discuss it and vote it on next meeting. I want to make sure we clarify that, because it doesn't mean that it's with the conclusion of today, it doesn't mean that it is voted on or so forth. It's just moved to the next meeting.
That is correct. Yes.
I just wanted to get that clarification for some of the comments.
Yes, so procedurally, when you look at the agenda, there are two different categories of action items or items that the board will vet. The list that we just went through are consent items, and so those items often have a long history, and the board may be familiar with it, but they are presented originally at a work session 90% of the time, because sometimes things may come up and we can't get it on the work session, and we'll put it on consent, and the board will consider it at a regular meeting. So procedurally, we will put all consent items at the work session, so that we will walk through at a high level and see if there is information that needs to be pulled. All of the items have backup details, and so if it doesn't require more information, then we will then at the regular session vote on those items. And at the meeting on Monday night, we'll ask, are there questions about the consent agenda? And at that point, the board members can then ask further questions, and if there aren't any questions, it can move forward for approval. And so
I just wanted to clarify that,
Yeah.
because I heard that a couple times,
Sure.
not just here, just in other conversations as well, just for clarity's sake.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Hager, for running us through the consent agendas. Now we have our discussion items, the first being an updated presentation on the Sheriff's Training Facility project. Is Sheriff's team here? Engineering, okay.
So, good morning, Commissioners. We have several, I guess, team members here today. Hopefully, we will be able to field any questions you may have pursuant to this process and project. So, I have David Labar. He's the Director of Planning for the Sheriff's Office. I have Joel Jones. He's the Primary Project Manager representing engineering. And we have Charles Nicholson with R&D Architects. And of course, I'm Perry Manns, Deputy Director for County Engineering. So to give a little bit of history and context around this facility, the original firing range was basically constructed in 1985. I will remind everyone that it is on an existing landfill. And so a lot of the questions regarding environmental impacts and things like that, we've sent an email to commissioners to sort of highlight the environmental impacts and the studies that were performed by our staff to make sure that we did not negatively impact the environment. So in terms of LEED certification, repurposing a landfill, we call it a brownfield redevelopment. That's preferred highly over going in and redeveloping a new green site, basically. We also did environmental assessments and subsurface explorations to determine where structures, the actual 10,000 square foot classroom, the shooting tower, the berms, the lead capture system, where all of those things should be placed to minimize the impact based on the historical data that we had pulled from the site. Knowing that the site was a previous landfill, we tried to stay away from areas that required grading, foundations, footings, things like that, in areas that we known were previous deposit areas for the actual landfill itself. So moving on to 2019, doing citizens' comments, I did hear one of the citizens state that the previous project, and some of the existing commissioners will remember this. This project sort of started out during the programming when we were looking at doing a public safety service center. And the history is the county basically had a warehouse that we had no agreement. It was just a gentleman's agreement, a handshake, where we were actually housing mission critical equipment. Everything for the sheriff's office, everything for EMS, emergency operations. We were asked, or knew we would be asked, to get out of that location, and we had to find an alternative. And so in doing that, we were also went through a programming exercise by which we looked at all of the training and administrative needs, as well as storage and warehousing needs for our public safety departments. And during this time, this is when we identified that the sheriff's office was struggling mightily with their retention and recruitment because of the lack of training and administrative offices, I guess, that they had available to carry out those functions, as well as, the drainage issues that negatively impacted the use of the firing range during and following rain events. And so that citizen was spot on. Yes, that larger project did at the time have a $99 million price tag. But what we've done is we've sort of peeled the layers of the onion off. For example, the storage and warehousing component, it's been addressed through a lease space, in Southeast Durham. This sort of firing range, it upgrade basically captures some of the it addresses the drainage and the drainage issues that negatively impacted the operations of the firing range. But it also allowed us to have the training and classroom space necessary, as well as being able to serve or provide a space for surplus and auction vehicles, as well as evidence storage. And so that's kind of how this whole process started. And again, back in 2019, and as you remember, back in the 2020 CIP, the actual sheriff's training facility, as we called it, was adopted. In 2020, we awarded the design contract to R&D Architects. We did significant community outreach meetings. I kudos to the citizen that brought up the fact of how the county, the sheriff's office, the design team, engineering, had sort of went above and beyond to address the acoustical issues and complaints that we heard through those community outreach meetings. And in 2023, we also received a special use permit from City County Planning to move the project forward. Also, in the early years, around 2020, there were about 10 parcels that the county actually had to purchase because they were basically behind the fence, you know, and so to clean that up and also to address the impervious surface requirements of this project, we did that at that time as well. So just a project overview. Again, we referenced the 10,000 square foot building to support civil auction, arrange, and the Sheriff's Office training and recruitment activities. We'll be renovating the firearms qualification ranges with the new berms, the lead capture system that we continue to reference, as well as a 500-yard rifle range, as well as providing a more secure space for evidence vehicles and auction vehicles, surplus vehicles, things like that, basically referenced as impound storage. I'll let David Labar talk through, you know, the classroom and what training is being provided out at this location, and I'll turn it over to you, David.
Good morning, Commissioners. I think it's the first time I've got to address you guys. Congratulations and welcome. Yes, so this classroom will be not only for basic law enforcement training, but also in-service training. We also have blocks of instruction that have minimum requirements in terms of spacing per student, which I think we've also shared in an email here recently with the board. So this could be anywhere from subject control, arrest technique, block of instruction, all the way back down to the POPAT, which is a police officer physical abilities test, which is a test that we put every potential candidate through, that we would be doing, and we do now on a weekly basis. But working with our architects, we were able to come up with a design that allowed us to do this inside in inclement weather on a day like today. Sure. I know one of the concerns that was brought up by some of the commissioners was de-escalation training, deconfliction, stuff like that. When a cadet goes through the academy, it may take upwards of 9 months to actually a year before we actually send them on their way and actually go out and respond to 911's calls for service. And what we have is a post-academy. The post-academy is basically, they go with an FTO officer and they apply what they just learned in the academy. And part of this training is de-escalation training. Part of these blocks of instruction deal with deconfliction. For the better part of the last 15 years, and this is continued with Sheriff Burkhead, is that we make sure that every officer that goes through our academy gets CIT certified. It's crisis intervention training, and that is something that we're proud of and we push on every officer.
So again, we talked about the secure storage. A fence will be installed around the entire project site. This is, of course, to address safety concerns raised by the Sheriff's Office, and that we have potential for vandalism and just tampering with evidence, you know, at this location. We also have the auction vehicles, surplus vehicles that will be housed at this location as well. Go ahead.
One other thing about the vehicle storage. So we're mandated statutorily for these vehicles that have been deemed as part of evidence. Some of these vehicles we may have to keep upwards of 50 years. Unfortunately, we have experienced some vandalism in these areas from cutting catalytic converters and stuff like that. part of this project, we have programmed in some fencing and some security to make sure that we keep these vehicles safe.
So in terms of the modification, the modernization of the existing range, I'll turn it over to Charles Nicholson and Joel to talk about the modernizations as well as the lead capture system that will be included as part of this project.
Thanks, Barry. So, so we worked with a national expert at a DLR group out of Chicago on the modernization planning for the range. The existing range is, as we've heard, is sitting on top of a brownfield. It is constantly a swamp out there. You often need to wear your waders just to get out to the range. Training is difficult and is not helpful for recruitment of officers, because you've got to lie out there in the mud sometimes just to be able to do your training. So what the plan for the range is to improve safety. The berms will be on 3 sides of the range, so that it'll be less open to just a bystander to be able to walk onto the range as it is right now. The equipment will be modernized, so they'll be able to have automated targets to be able to simulate various different scenarios, such as a moving target. They'll be able to do night training, stress training, where they turn on sirens and lights and put together a situation that appears, if it's very stressful. These are the kind of training situations that officers need to be placed in to be able to actually perform when they get into real world situations. The new tower will be, it'll have air conditioning, which will make a big difference to be able to properly supervise what's going on the range. And with the electronics, they'll be able to better document exactly who's being, the ability of training and the scoring of the individuals that are out there operating.
So again, we've talked about the perimeter fencing and sort of what that addresses. We've also touched on increased officer retention and recruitment. And, you know, we've also mentioned previously that there's no running water or no potable water on site. So, you know, that will be a tremendous improvement to the conditions out at the facility. In terms of sustainability, I'll turn that back over to Charles and Joel again. They can certainly talk through that and what our objectives are.
So this facility is on track to achieve LEED Silver certification. Some of the major items would be the solar PV panels that'll be on the roof. That'll able to recapture electricity to power the facility. We also have on-site well water. We've got an on-site sewer system, so it'll be all pretty much self-contained. As listed there, we have a bullet capture system that'll allow for the lead to be reclaimed from the bullets. Instead of just having that leach into the ground, they'll be able to pick that up. And then we have the EV charging stations to support an electrical vehicles fleet.
So, Commissioners, that concludes our presentation. We'll certainly turn it over to questions at this time.
Thank you, Perry and team, so much for this presentation. I have a couple. Some of them were already answered, and then I'll move on to the rest of the board. But wanted to begin. Thank you for the information about the lead capturing systems. That was one of my main questions. Of also, do we know like the efficacy of those lead capturing systems that are used in other facilities, shooting ranges of like, does it capture 90% of the lead, 100% of the lead? Do we have that type of information?
The system that's set for the qualification range will capture nearly 100%, except for the stray bullet that doesn't go down the target. The way that it's captured is it ends up in a rubber mass, and then that rubber mass is mined on a regular basis. The company that mines that is actually able to turn that lead into monies that ends up back in the sheriff's maintenance and operational budget.
Thank you. And I wanted to also, actually I jumped over, but I wanted to start also with questions. You know, we had public comments before. Perry referenced some of those comments, but wanted to bring back some of the questions I took note of that were raised during that period. Some are directly related to this issue item, but since we had the questions raised, wanted to give the opportunity for the Sheriff's Office to respond. Well, there was a question about the oversight of the facility, of what the oversight will be of the facility, of the staffing. Does the Sheriff's Office have the staffing capacity for this current facility, and just like the accountability piece of where that comes in for this specific facility?
Thank you. So we have the staffing to go right in and work out of a new facility like this. So this won't require any additional staffing.
And what is the difference, Perry also referenced this, between in the capital improvement plan, there's other capital improvement projects for the Sheriff's Office listed currently, and I know we had the initial plan for the overall full investment in the Sheriff's Office facility. So now that we've broken it up into pieces, what is the difference between this facility and the other facility investments in the capital improvement plan for the Sheriff's Office?
I will say, I'll jump in on that one. We refresh our capital improvement plan almost every couple of years. I know one year, I think we did it each year, just because the market and other nuances. As Perry shared back in 2019 timeframe, there was a larger project that was just not attainable from a cost perspective, so we broke those out. So if you were to look at what the current iteration of the projects are, those are scaled based on what we saw last cycle as far as what we potentially may do. Now, a capital project, the CIP will look at a 10-year outlook. And so ability to pay as well as other factors will refine it. So I think there may be 4 areas of focus, and some are pushed out as far as 2030 something. And so, but each year, when we look at that CIP, we will refine the timing and project scope, et cetera. And so how we plan for it and move forward depends upon many factors, but mainly money is a factor in the context of the other projects. And we have the program is about $2.4 billion as far as our CIP plan.
And of the other Sheriff's Office projects that are in the plan, are others training facilities? This is the only training facility plan?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And then there was a question about, and concern about the passing of HB 10 and its impact on the Sheriff's Office, and wanting to connect it with this facility, of the concerns that were raised. How will this facility be impacted by this passage and the Sheriff's Office in general, and will there be trainings implemented or created in response to HB 10 that would be occurring in this facility?
No, there will not. there will not. And we have said over and over our support against HB 10, and nothing about this facility has anything to do or related to that legislation.
Thank you. And let's see, another question that was asked during the public comment period was coming back to the Community Wellness Safety Task Force. There were several individuals who spoke on that. And obviously, you know, having the discussions about the heart expansion and the priorities that the Community Safety Wellness Task Force had brought forward, and having the question about the status of sharing call data. Wondering generally with the Sheriff's Office where we are on that.
Good morning, Commissioners. Please repeat the question.
Yeah, my question was, there was members of the Community Wellness Task Force who came during the public comment period and were asking about the status of sharing call data as we move forward with the process of the, you know, conversations around heart expansion. That sharing of call data is a key piece to that.
We certainly can share our call data. We currently do not collect heart call data, but be happy to share the Sheriff's Office call data.
Yeah, that would be great if it's shared with myself and then members of the Community Wellness and Task Force. I think Mike Sistrom was here, Marsha Owen, and yeah, members of the Community Safety Wellness Task Force, of the types of calls that come into the Sheriff's Office that the Sheriff's Office is responding to.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that data has been shared. I've met with them on a number of occasions over the past 3 years, but we can refresh it and send it again.
Thank you, Sheriff. A couple other questions those are the questions that I pulled out from the public comment period, but some questions that I had was there was a mention of that there was be some consolidation through this facility of the storage and the training spaces that we use. Are there going to be any annual operating cost savings from that consolidation?
Not that I'm aware of. Our goal is to try to house everything in one space. Going back with our space deficiency exercise with Perry and others, that's how we program this site, not just for classroom storage, not just for classrooms, but for actually storage as well. Everything about this is multi-purpose, from civil process to our evidentiary storage, to a multitude of all of our specialized teams that have monthly mandatory, some FBI mandated training. So we can use this as a community engagement structure. It's got nothing but opportunity, and that's how we've designed it.
Can we receive then the estimated annual operating cost that we currently have for the way the systems and the training currently is conducted, with being in leasing spaces for training, leasing spaces for storage, and then next to it, the estimated annual operating cost of this facility?
We can certainly try. As we previously mentioned, a lot of the places that we go, roughly 30% of our blocks of instructions have to be administered off-site. So that includes us going to churches. That includes us working with homeowners associations. That includes us going out in RTP and talking to corporations to see, hey, can we use your parking lot? So there's not a monetary value in some cases, but we can certainly try.
Thank you. And then this is more procedural. What is the difference between the Durham Police Department's training and the Durham County Sheriff's Office training? And is there opportunity for overlap and sharing of resources with this facility?
Commissioner Alum, all of our training for law enforcement in the state of North Carolina is mandated by the North Carolina Justice Academy. So there are similarities, but the difference between the Durham County Sheriff's Office and the Durham Police Department are night and day, because we are responsible for court proceedings, civil process, anything that involves the execution of a writ, housing of prisoners, certainly in our facility. thus all specialized training that is covered under the Sheriff's Education Training and Standards. So while the baseline trainings are similar in the nearly 900 hours mandated by the state of North Carolina for basic law enforcement training, our training is 4 times that beyond to be a deputy sheriff and understand all of the processes that we have to serve as deputy sheriffs.
So with the base training, there's opportunity that, like, if DPD needed training space, that they could come to the sheriff's office and be like, hey, can we use some of for basic training, but not for specialized training?
Now, from where I stand and from the information that I have, Durham City has adequate space. They too have space at Durham Tech and have run their academies there for at least the last 15 years. I can't recall an instance where they have asked to use one of our facilities in the county.
And then for the trainings, when it comes to, you had mentioned the court orders, those are issued, like the domestic violence protective orders, so those type of trainings. How do those trainings work? Are they going to be, like, issuing those? Is that training also going to be at this facility? And what is the process for the sheriff's office handling those?
Perhaps. I mean, it's complicated, so I just can't say, yes, that training will take place there, because there's so much involved in understanding the civil process itself. You mentioned domestic violence orders or protective orders, but that's just one small facet of all of that civil process training.
And then I know Sheriff Burkhead, you and I talked about this on Friday, and we've heard from a lot of folks about, you know, this wanting to have the expansion of hearts and seeing, you know, Durham County have a larger investment in the unarmed response. And we spoke on Friday, and I spoke with Manager Hager. I think for me, I'd really like, you know, to give to ask staff if we could begin the process for the county, the city, and the sheriff's office to come together to start having that conversation about expanding the Hearts program and coming back to the board within a timely time frame. Obviously, this is our January work session, but in February, March time.
Well, there's, you know, I've been in this seat for almost 2 months now, the sheriff and I had a conversation about talking further on about the Hearts program. I have additional information I need to understand, and we did agree that we can come back with some potential next steps. The logistics of scaling is something that's complex, and but we want to have some beginning dialogue, and so based on those conversations, we definitely can come back in a couple of months to talk about what does a process look like. Y'all know my background, so it's going to be a lot of questions that we need to vet, but we also know evidentially in the city space it has worked, and so, but how do you scale in the county and what that looks like, what the cost looks like, et cetera. So the sheriff was amenable to us having some dialogue.
Thank you, Manager Hager. Yeah, I think for me personally, having that commitment from, you know, our 2 elected roles, as well as the city and the county staff, is going to be critical for, you know, what the community is asking for. And for me personally, for this project, I'm not fundamentally against, you know, I know the training facility already exists. Obviously, I support our staff having the facilities of a bathroom, locker, all of those resources. I think also the concerns of the community are really important about wanting to have this investment in community intervention programs and taking seriously the recommendations brought forward by the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, because that is a task force that we as the Board of the County Commissioners and the city asked to go and do this research and come back to us with recommendations. And so wanting to prioritize the research that they have put forward and the issue areas that they have found to be vital for the well-being of our Durham community needs to be at the forefront as well. I saw Commissioner Burton's hand up.
Thank you, Chair Alam. The question I had was about the training of our deputies and detention officers. I sent the email to County Manager Hager, and then I found some of the information on the Sheriff's Office website. But I just wanted to have a better understanding about how long does it take to onboard a deputy officer or detention officer, and because this theme keeps coming up when I heard the comments about militarization, and I want to know what kind of training do our deputies and detention officers receive in order to do their jobs well. So
We can provide a comprehensive list of what those blocks of instruction are as they relate to basic law enforcement training as well as detention training. And we'll also include post-academy as well. We have a very comprehensive list.
thank you.
Vice Chair Dr. Lee.
Yes. Thank you all for this presentation, and thank you everyone who spoke. There's a couple things I want to accomplish with my time to speak. We hear a lot about heart expansion, and from my time here, it feels like there are a lot of conversations happening in different places and different agreements or disagreements or whatever it may be, but nothing really on record, you know. And so I don't see this as a heart program expansion or the training center. I see it as both, right? I personally, and I've expressed this to Durham Beyond Policing, and I'm gonna come back to that conversation in a moment, but I don't see, me personally, this is Mike Lee, personally, I don't see law enforcement like going away. I just don't see, and maybe it's naivety or whatever, I don't see that, I don't see the other side of that. But what I do see as my position here is if we invest in training of, further training of our sheriff deputies, our law enforcement, how do we invest at least equally on the other side of that, and that is the care part? How do we balance that out? We had a lot of speakers talk about the different needs that we have in the city, in the county, and a lot of those things are being addressed through different programs. And what does that look like on both sides? Now, maybe it's increased, maybe there are different programs, but the rip and replace it is hard for me to comprehend. And that's something I'll continue to learn, but I don't, I can't foresee that. So I'm taking this time to learn from Durham Beyond Policing and other organizations to understand what their visions are, and we spoke about that. And I learned from both sides. I learned from everywhere, and I learned about thinking about investing equally on the other side, and that's something I'm interested in doing. And HEART is that program, at least right now. There's other programs we can do, but that's the flashpoint right now. One of the things I know that this county commission, county manager, and so forth are supportive. Well, I can't speak for county manager. I'm just saying, in general, we're supportive of the expansion of HEART to the county. Expanding to the schools, that's a whole different conversation. That includes the school board. We can't cast that down, so that's a whole different kind of group thing. And I told Sheriff Burkhead I would ask him this when me and him spoke. I wanted to give him the opportunity to say yes, to ask him if you support the expansion of HEART to the county as it relates to the sheriff's department, even in whatever form it may take. It is the co-respondent model, it is whatever it may take. And I will say I spoke to Ryan Smith at HEART, and he is supportive of the expansion of it, working with Sheriff Burkhead. He's there. He's in the place where he wants to do this. And I feel like as one of my opportunities here is to help to guide that conversation to actually happen. And so, Sheriff Burkhead, I would love to, you can just answer from there. You don't have to get back up there. If it's okay for me, I would like to ask, what your stance is on HART and what your interest is in expanding it with the Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lee. I don't think I could articulate it any better than you just did. We've had these conversations. I've had these conversations for the better part of 2.5 years about HART and how I support HART. HART's not new. HART's not new to me. It's new to Durham. But the co-responder model has been around for nearly 30 years all across this country. I have several colleagues who are in law enforcement, be it police departments or sheriff's office across the country, who started co-responder models within their agencies. Ryan Smith and I have engaged in a substantive conversation about a co-responder model, which I would not be opposed to. It goes back to the question of scalability. How many HART additional personnel will it take? How many additional deputies will it take? What type of training will go into establishing this co-responder model? And then one final point, just 8 miles from here, Chapel Hills had a co-responder model for almost 30 years as well. So this is not a new approach, and I don't know where it got started that Sheriff Burkhead doesn't support HART or a HART-type program. It just could not be further from the truth. What happens is when people don't meet with me or sit down and talk with me to hear from me like you and others have, they form their own narrative. So I stand before you today and I'm open to having those conversations and coming up with a model that works best for Durham County so we can all work together.
Right, I appreciate that. And I just wanted to, I told you I would do that, right? And so I told you I would, offer that opportunity to say that. So I appreciate that. I want to be clear, I'm in support of expanding HART or any other care programs that we can do to help balance the investments that we make on the training side. I also want to say that as a resident of Durham, if we're going to have law enforcement, I want them trained well. Right. I want them to be able to determine the difference between, what they need to do, make the decision. I've never been in law enforcement. I've never been in the military. I've never been faced in a situation where there's things happening. I have to make split-second decisions, and I just can't. I can't imagine that. But those who do, I want to make sure that they're trained in a way that they can. I do not support the militarization of police, but I do support the training of it. Now, previously there was an event speaking about the opposition to this program, to this training, and I went to go listen. Right, I went to listen because I'm a new commissioner. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to connect, hear people's concerns. I was asked to leave, right? I was asked to leave that event and said, we don't want you here. And I said, I'm just trying to listen. You need to leave, right? And it was a public park. On my way out, now I will say, I've been handcuffed before for doing nothing. I've experienced that. I've experienced, what some would call police brutality. I've been followed. I've been pulled over for driving a nice car in the wrong neighborhood. I've experienced different things. So I was very curious to understand what the foundation was about this particular program. But again, I was kicked out. And on my way out, as I was trying to explain, I was trying to learn. I said, you know what? You don't need to hear our objections. You need to do your own research. Go look up Cop City in Atlanta, and then you'll know. So you know what? I did. So I have a few questions. On our training facility, will we be building a school on there?
No, sir.
All right. Will we be building an apartment complex?
No, sir.
How about a nightclub or a bar?
No, sir.
Okay. Are we building a city on the training program, on the training site?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Will other states and jurisdictions and nationally, internationally come train on this location?
No, sir. We have our regional neighbors that would likely come, but that's all.
Okay. All right. Also, on the other side of that, I understand that sometimes there are ordnance demolitions on there because of our bomb squad gets called to in our region because we are certified in our region, right? And so those ordinances have to be, or those bombs or whatever, have to be detonated on that site. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, and that's regionally, right? That's South Carolina, down to South Carolina, Virginia, some other place.
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And we're the one. Our sheriff's department is the one that's called there, right?
We're one of about 13 or 14 teams in the state.
Okay. And part of the allotment here is to help to ease some of the sound from that, as well as the shooting, the gun range, and so forth around the site, right? To protect the community, correct?
Yes, sir. Part of our community engagement was to hire the acoustical engineer. So this will not only make these operations safer for our officers, it will reduce the sound pollution for the neighboring residents.
Right. So I asked those questions because, again, I was told to go do my research, and I generally do. And I personally don't see the equivocation between Cop City in Atlanta, which I was told to go research because we were doing the same thing. I was told that, and our training facility here. So again, what you'll continue to hear me say is, if we're going to invest in our law enforcement in training and whatnot, budget wise, and whatever it may be, I think we as a county commission have to find ways to invest on the other side of the equation, as we were saying, as been said previously, and the expansion of heart and mental health professionals, other types of intervention services to help address some of the root cause. But so I think we have to have a balanced approach. I don't think I think that since our law enforcement, I believe law enforcement won't be going away in my lifetime or whatnot. I think we have to make sure, as much as possible, they're trained, a well-trained law enforcement, to make sure that we're providing the guidance and the updated training as needed. And just one last question: where do you train with classrooms now? Like the classroom training and the certifications that you have to do?
We do some training in the courthouse. We do some training at Durham Tech. We use what's available to us.
Right.
Unfortunately, we're at the mercy of the stakeholders.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lee. Coming to this side. Commissioner Valentine.
So let me first just say thank you to the community. And so in the work that we do here, I see your involvement as a key ingredient in arriving at a decision policy-wise that makes sense, not for a few of us, some of us, but all of us. And so sometimes that means a negotiation that allows us to come back and consider all of the concerns and arrive at a decision that we think is in the best interest of our community. Thank you, Vice Chair Lee, for your contribution to this conversation. And also, thank you to the sheriff for coming out and sharing his concerns. And so, unlike many of my colleagues here on the commission, I actually have served in the military. And so I've handled a firearm. I know what that's like. But what many don't know about me is I spent most of my career as a behavioral health science officer in the military and a lawyer. And even in that capacity, there were certain fundamental training requirements for all members of the armed forces, regardless of what your job was. And one of those things was to handle a firearm and go to a rifle range and qualify with your weapon. And so I don't see this project in the same light as some of my colleagues. But I certainly respect their positions and their views on this project. I'm going to go on record, and many of you heard from me when I applied for this job, that I believe that law enforcement has a proper role and function in our community. Now, what that looks like, we have a responsibility to one another to communicate exactly what that looks like. But law enforcement, let me say it again, has a proper role and function in our community. And I say that with a professional background in social work. And while I'm a lawyer, my values, what I believe in fundamentally about the human condition is shaped by my experiences and my education with people, as individuals, in institutions, and in communities. I also want to go on record and say that I'm unequivocally supportive of the HEART program. And I was happy today to hear that in addition to expanding it countywide, that we're talking about using HEART in our schools. I think that is an effective intervention for our communities. Our families are in crisis. And I think using HEART in the community in that way will help us with some of this crisis, particularly around the violence in our community. And I want to be a part of that solution. And I hope that you'll work with me. I do have one question about the facility. And so we talked a little bit about the environmental concerns. This was previously a landfill. And so I do have some concerns about potential gases emanating from this particular area. Can you speak to that and other sort of environmental concerns? And the reason why I bring that up is I've served in other capacities where we sort of just placate the conversation around our environment. But we're going to rule today that we have conversations like that, because it's going to come back to haunt the county if we don't have a serious conversation about the environmental impact that all of these projects have on our community. And I say that coming to you from a background in planning. And so in that particular area, our environment is being destroyed around the county, and we're doing nothing about it, quite frankly. And so to the extent that we can mitigate some of those concerns in this project, maybe you can speak to that.
So we had some soil boring done within the existing landfill area, and also on the perimeter of the landfill, and had that tested, and we have those reports back from scientists that said that there was nothing so methane gas buildup that was to be. This landfill is a real old landfill, so it's not a super deep landfill. And so what the scientists gave us was essentially that it's not a danger. We are putting a cap on it, so that's to get the proper drainage off of it. So we're rebuilding the cap on this landfill. So all the structures, with exception of the tower for the range, will be on virgin soil, and so we don't have to worry about those foundations. The rest of them will float on top of this cap that we're placing. So
if there was any change to that information, would you commit to coming back and telling us?
yes, yeah, and during construction we'll be continuing to monitor this as the work goes on. But the project is essentially building a larger cap on top of an existing landfill or brownfield.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Valentine? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. I first want to thank everyone who came out to speak today. I want to echo comments of my colleague. I was very moved by a lot of the comments that people shared today, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. Appreciate the comments of my colleagues as well. This is a really important moment in time right now, and I want to highlight that because we do have the opportunity to make some changes that we have needed to make for a long time, and it's an opportunity for all of us to really work together and collaborate. The community, the Office of the Sheriff, our board, and I'm really looking forward to how we can deliver for what our community really wants us to do. And I feel that responsibility right now as a county commissioner. We've had the recommendations of the Safety and Wellness Task Force. We are fortunate to have an evidence-based model that we have the data for that is working in the city, that is frankly helping to meet the needs of people who are suffering from mental health crises in our community, and diverting calls in different ways and freeing up law enforcement from doing the work that they are trained to do and that they need to do. It just makes sense, and it's saving money, and we need to be doing it throughout our community. We have a responsibility, all of us, to work together as elected officials and all of our departments to efficiently use the money that we have, and again, to meet the needs of what people need and want in our community. So I just want to say that. I also think it's very important that related to next steps with implementing the HEART program, and I want to express my gratitude to the sheriff for what he said, and also to our county manager, but we have to hold ourselves accountable, and so I think you said, when would this be coming back to us?
I said either March or April, we'll come back to share what the next steps look like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I look forward to that, and we again need to have some concrete framework timeline and be able to hold ourselves accountable to that. And I appreciate your leadership with that as well. Thank you.
Partnership with the sheriff.
Yes, thank you. I also just want to say that this is what is consistent with the county's strategic plan. I went and got, we all got framed copies of our new strategic plan. I went through it, and it's I really encourage everyone to look at it, because unlike a long document, it's 2 pages long, that's it. And it has very clear objectives. And I just want to lift up that there are 7 goal areas. One of them is around healthy and inclusive community. Another one is on safe and resilient community. And then also another area on financial stewardship. And in each of those, there are many objectives that completely align with what moving forward with implementing HEART will do. And so we have to, it is consistent with the county's, our adopted plan that we move forward with implementing the HEART program. And also, we are spending so many resources right now addressing the aftermath of not addressing the mental health needs of people in our community. Right now in our detention center, half of the people, actually it's more than half now, because our caseload for our jail mental health team, that program is administered by our Justice Services Department, is about 200 people. And we have less than 400 people in the jail right now. So you have to ask the question, why are all these people ending up in the jail with mental health needs? Durham County is called a National Innovator County with the National Stepping Up Initiative. I'm a part of that initiative. And the goal of that is to reduce the number of people suffering from mental illness, to keep them out of our detention center. We do something called a sequential intercept map, which is a best practice, which is intercept 1 is when somebody calls 911. That is the first step. And that is the most important step, because that is the point where you can make the difference of diverting people from our criminal justice system, from interfacing with the justice system, and getting them directly to the care and the help that they need. And so, and as you go down the line, it becomes harder and harder and more expensive, and we end up with people in the jail. We have to stop it, and we can. And we have to stop, we're investing in so many programs, the county, reentry, mental health court, drug court, diversion, and we need to make sure that we're doing the work on the front end. I know that it is the responsibility of the sheriff to be implementing law enforcement, but it is not their statutory or constitutional responsibility to be mental health providers in our community. So I want to go back to some of the questions that I have, specifically related to the training. I know that you mentioned the CIT training, and that's fantastic that that is happening. But is it something that is required right now for all, people coming through, possible recruits, and is it required for existing deputies?
So I can't comment to other agencies, but it is absolutely required with the Sheriff's Office. We make sure we put everybody through it as newly trained officers. As we do laterals who may not be certified, we'll also incorporate them into those blocks of instruction.
Okay, I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you. And related to the funding issues around this, will the revenue that comes from collecting the lead bullets and from possibly renting out the space be directly connected back to the operations and maintenance of this facility.
So my understanding of the trapping system is while it's waste, there's also value there. So the waste would be captured, and then that incentivizes us to get additional maintenance or maybe an upgrade on a specific target system or tool or something like that. So I'm envisioning that as not coming back to the general fund. In terms of revenue, renting it out, that wasn't the goal of this project. It's certainly something that I think we could pursue later in the future. Our biggest concern was just to improve what we have right now, not to do any more shooting or any less, just to improve what we have. And obviously we would want to go through a series of community engagement to see what the appetite is to have additional firing there on the weekends. You know, we shoot throughout the week. Well, now that could potentially increase, you know, the amount of shooting that's done.
Okay. And then related to, I know there were comments about how we had originally had in the CIP for a larger facility. I just want to note that in our current CIP, that is not referenced anymore. I looked even in the report we had gotten from recently from staff, that is no longer in our CIP. This is the current iteration of that. I just wanted to know that for the public. So one of the purposes that I heard of this being used for is for recruitment and retention. We in the county, we need to do a better job of making sure that we are measuring what we say that we're making investments for. And so one of the data points I think it's really important for us to know right now is what is the current rate of recruitment and retention? What are the current vacancies in each function area of the Office of the Sheriff? What is the rate of retirements and terminations? Because if we're going to go back and say that we made this investment to improve recruitment and retention, we need to be able to measure that. And that's not just for this. This is for everything that we do. I will say that as being a commissioner for 12 years now, this is one of the things that I'm going to be asking myself over and over again, not just for this, but for everything that we do. We have to be looking at what is the outcome that we're trying to achieve, and if we're making an investment, we have to be able to measure that. So I think that's one of the data points we need to know, because frankly, I don't know any of that personally. And it's not just for me, but for the public as well, because as we heard over and over again, the public is absolutely right. This is this is public money. This is the community's money. And so I hope that we will get that information and then be able to measure how we're doing. Because I heard that mentioned as a goal of this. And then related to how...
Commissioner Jacobs,
oh, yeah,
do you
go
wanna
ahead.
let us
Oh,
back
I'm
up to
sorry.
answer?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Commissioner Jacobs, I just want to make a point that county HR currently has that data. They have our vacancy rate. They have our all of our applications are screened through county HR. So that data is available now, Manager Hager, if I'm not mistaken. Currently, the vacancy rate for the sheriff's office is improving, as is with every industry in the country, certainly law enforcement. But that data doesn't necessarily have to come from us. It can come from county HR. Our vacancy rate in the detention center is improving a lot slower because of the work and the stressors and the burdens that detention officers go through, not only here in Durham, but across the country. So that data is available. All you just need to do is ask county staff.
Thank you. And is it by function area as well? Like animal services, detention, officer.
All of that
Yeah,
data
it's
is
broken.
available by
Yes.
county staff. Yeah.
Thank you.
And actually, if I may take a moment, you misspoke on a couple of things. Anytime someone is incarcerated, it is my statutory responsibility and my constitutional responsibility to provide mental health services. It's called continuum of care. It's a federal law, so I have to do it. And right now, you're correct, about 65% of our incarcerated population suffer from severe mental health. They've committed a crime. Should they be in jail? That's not for me to decide, but it is for me to provide the best quality of care that I possibly can as statutorily required.
Yes, thank you.
And having a medical director would improve our ability to do that as well. I know that was mentioned earlier, that the sheriff is holding up a medical director. Well, that could not be further from the truth, young man. So hopefully we'll move forward with having a medical director real soon so we can expand these services that we provide in the detention center. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify, when I mentioned the number of people with mental illness in the jail and talked about the Stepping Up initiative and the sequential intercept map, my point is we need to work better at getting people directly connected to mental health services earlier on, before they get involved with the justice system in the life of a person. That was my point.
Absolutely. I could not agree more.
Yeah.
I could not agree more.
Yes, thank you. I forgot what I'm sorry. Oh, we were talking about, I don't remember. Okay. The staffing. So thank you. If you could get that information for us, Manager Hager. Thank you. And I just want to also note with the current data around the HEART program, because they have an amazing dashboard and website, and so the data has shown, especially around diversion, just with the 911 center, there are literally hundreds of people that are even just with the first being called and being triaged by the 911 responders, that there's a very high percentage of people that there's no one who's even called, and they are connected directly to a mental health provider or services. And that's a very, very critical step that we also need to make sure happens. From their website from June of 2022, and this was just till November of 2023, there were 2,816 calls that were diverted directly to crisis counselors, and there was nobody called, no co-response team, nothing. And that is, that is really critical. And then again, from their current website in September, 203 calls were diverted from the Durham Police Department. This is something that will help our deputies. They will be freed up to, again, focus on the violent crime and the work that they are being asked to do. So I really look forward to us moving forward with this. And lastly, I do want to acknowledge HB 10 and what is, and it's already happening. The fear is already here in our community with undocumented members of our community, with refugees and immigrants. And we need to make sure that people who are in crisis are going to feel safe calling for help. And that's another really urgent reason for me to want to move forward with the HEART program, because I am very worried about people who will not call law enforcement when they need help, because it is a collateral consequence. If somebody ends up in the detention center because they have been arrested for something, they will be fingerprinted, and the sheriff doesn't have any control about that. It will go into a database with the SBI, and then the FBI will have access to it, and that information will be accessible to ICE. So the first step will be anyone who is fingerprinted in our detention center will be at risk, who is undocumented. And it could be for a traffic violation. It could be for anything, for not having a driver's license. And we know that many people in our community who are undocumented do not have driver's license. So I just want to be upfront about that this is another concern that I have about the urgency for the HEART program. So anyway, I, again, thank everyone, and I hope that I'm excited about this opportunity, and I look forward to all of us working together to respond to what our community has asked for us to do. Thank you.
Sheriff Burkhead?
Yeah, if I may, I have to address misinformation. HB 10, the category is Class E felony through H felony. So if you don't have a driver's license, number one, we're not going to fingerprint you. You're not going to go to jail. So the law is written, and we're going to follow the law as we always have. So let's be careful how we characterize what HB 10 and what it will do. Secondly, I've been on the front lines combating this since 2018. My colleagues and I have fought the General Assembly, who have pushed to pass this since 2018, when certain members took over the largest sheriff's office in the state of North Carolina. I also want to say I have a fantastic relationship with our immigrant community, all of our immigrant community. And so we meet on a regular basis to talk about their concerns, not just with the federal government, but with what's going on in their community as it relates to theft, rape, robbery, homicide, gun shooting, all of that we talk about. And so HB 10, actually, if you read the bill and understand the law, works to my advantage, because the courts have to order that someone be held past the deadline of a detainer. So far, that has not happened in Durham County because of the relationship that I have with our judges and our magistrates. So we're managing that very, very well. And my message to the community is that I hope their fears will be belayed based on the work that we've done here and the work that we continue to do at the Durham County Sheriff's Office.
Let me just say thank you, Sheriff, for stating that and clarifying that there is discretion related to things like driver's license, and I'm glad to hear your statement about that. Thank you very much.
May I say something real quick? Okay. I'm going to be very brief because I know Mr. Doyle needs to make his presentation. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the staff for this presentation. I want to say thank you to Durham Beyond Policing. I met with them. I met with the People's Alliance. And I want to say thank you to my colleague, Commissioner Lee, for giving this information. And also because what it shows is that we have to have conversations with each other instead of making assumptions. When we were getting ready for this meeting, I did reach out to the sheriff and I asked him how did he view HEART, and he said to me that he was fine with HEART as a co-response model. So I want to challenge us as people in the community, the voters, the residents, have conversations with elected officials, because we have to work together to bring things forth. Because I was under the impression that he wasn't for HEART, and when we had that conversation, he told me he was. So thank you so much, and thank you for asking him directly to make that public. One of the things I want to say is I am for HEART, just like all of us are in here on the commission. I'm for heart for bringing it to the schools, but again, we have to work with the school board and the superintendent about the logistics. I taught school for 30 years. I see some of the mental health challenges that our students are facing. In discussing the training center, one of the things is I'm very visual. I wanted to see the property. And the sheriff and his staff showed me the property. And one of the things that I thought in my mind, I couldn't understand how was this a cop city? It's on a landfill, right? It's really yucky. That's not the best word to use, but yeah, it's, you know, if it rains, it's muddy, you're outside in the elements. But many of you know my background as a labor person. It really bothered me that there's a porta potty for our people to use while they're out training. Regardless of how you feel about law enforcement, I don't want anybody working in poor working conditions. That's what I fought for when I was president of the Durham Association of Educators. I don't want any of our people working in bad working conditions, okay? Secondly, as I'm learning this role, I learned that a lot of the trainings that our law enforcement, our sheriff's deputies, our detention officers, comes from the state. Just like with public school educators, we get a lot of the directives from the state. So I realized that, okay, if we want our people trained and it's coming from the state, then why are we sending them to all these places? Then we can build this facility right here. So I see it as it's an and. How do we do this and get this? So I wanted to say that because we have to work together as elected officials in order to get things done. And that I want people to have conversations with us, with me, so we can work to make Durham a better place for all of us and for our residents. But finally, I want to say that, and I had this conversation with Durham Beyond Policing, I think this is a situation of how do we solve persistent economic inequality in our community? Because so many people have been marginalized and they haven't been treated well. And so as we work together to continue to solve these issues of making sure we are solving the main issue of economic inequality in our community. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to you, Chair Alam.
Thank you, Commissioner Burton. I just want to piggyback on one thing that, and this is related to the Sheriff's Office, but also in general of the different areas that we service. Commissioner Jacobs had mentioned dashboards that the city has around the HEARTS program, and wondering, like, what would it look like for us as a county to start implementing more dashboards across all of our service areas for more transparency with the community when it comes to, the sheriff's mentioned that the 911 calls, like the data was available. If we have a dashboard on that, when it comes to with DPS, a dashboard on our graduation rates, just being more transparent about the investments we're making.
That's a great question. Actually, on our landing page, we do have a transparency portal. And so there are some dashboards there. And I can't show you, but
Clerk Wallace, could you pull it up on the website maybe? Well,
yeah, anyway, well, we do have some data on our transparency portal. Departments are in process of refining their measures, and so we'll have additional ones. There is so much data, especially for those entities that have state reporting requirements. There's lots of data that's out there. So the question is, how do we distill it and identify the areas that we need to report, but also what's the infrastructure to support that? And we've been looking at scaling that as well. That is of interest, something that I've done at state levels before. We again have infrastructure here, But as we move forward, what does that look like so that our residents can see the information that's most impactful? And so, but we can definitely follow up with that, but I'll send that link as well.
That'd be great, because I think, yeah, like, we love when the community comes and is involved in learning about the processes of our county government, but also increasing the transparency and accountability from ourselves to the community of how we are spending their money. Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, great question, but I thought that with our strategic plan, that's exactly what we were going to have as a data dashboard.
Well, yes, ma'am, but we already have one as well. It's not,
Okay.
so I don't want to,
Okay.
I don't want to marginalize what we're already doing. So if we were to, you know, on our landing page, there is a section midway through, and it says transparency portal, and we've had that in place since we started our managing for results. We also have data from the city as well. So we have and this was a board priority some time ago. So there is data that is there. The budget office captured information that were measures within the budget documents. The question is, are the measures that we're capturing, because there's thousands of measures that you can, the priorities for that moment, and then what is the infrastructure to support that? And y'all have heard me share, coming from higher ed, especially working at the system level, I had an institutional research support team that had lots and lots of people, and we, as we move in this space, what does the investment look like to build the model that's ideal? And so we have a model right now based on staffing levels, but I agree we do need to bolster that in our strategy areas, working in that space, but we will also take even closer looks at that over the next several months.
Thank you. Thank you all. If there's no more questions, thank you so much, y'all, for your presentation again and for answering all of those questions. I want to I see we are past the citizen comments period, so there's not going to be opportunity for additional comments, but I do want us to move. We have one remaining item, but I know we've been having a long time, so let's take a quick 10-minute break for everyone to use the restrooms, grab lunch, and then do a working lunch. That's good. All so much for enduring us through that break. We're going to take a quick 5 minutes before we move to our next presentation for Clerk Wallace to just pull up the dashboards that we were talking about right before break, just so Manager Hager can walk us through them.
I mentioned briefly earlier that we do have some dashboards that are existing right now and available. And for our new commissioners in our orientation, we briefly went over that, but did not have a chance to refresh our current commissioners. So if Monica, if you will move down to the middle part of the landing page, and you'll see there are several different categories, including online services, our goals, transparency dashboard, careers at DECO, as well as economic development. And if you click on transparency dashboards, you'll see this structure of for our portal, we have departmental performance measures. Our budget department historically has coordinated this information. It will now shift to our strategies area. You see Keith clapping a little bit over there. These are high-level measures that are included in the budget document. There are strategic plan community indicators, and it's in process of some of this will show the historical strategic plan information, the budget in brief and capital improvement program highlights, real important, county statistics, as well as budget and tax survey data, and then Durham open data and GIS information. That's collaborative information from the city and the county. Let's click on the first one, the department performance measures. They, again, are if you click next on that, this is our old strategic plan, and again, we're in transition. But let's click on public safety, public community, safe community. I can't read. And from there, you will see there's a link to the dashboards for Goal 3, which were public safety. And if you click there, Monica, you'll see the different measures within that particular functional area. I know it's small, but that's, again, some of the measures that we used previously. Many of them will be similar in this new plan. And if you move back, Monica, to go back one more time, and one more time. Okay, now if you go to the far bottom right where it says Durham open data and GIS information, and we can click on open data. This will show maps and apps and data stories and dashboards, and is another way for you to see information. And so it will have information from our public health department, as well as many county departments, our board of elections, etc. So I'll stop right there, but we'll send the link to you. But please spend some time exploring. It's a great way for also to point our constituents to as we help them better understand what we do and how we do it. We welcome your feedback as we try to refine how we showcase who we are and how we spend our resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manager Hager and Clerk Wallace. I'll now pass it on to Dwayne, PR at Tax Administrative Office.
Good afternoon. Dwayne Brinson, Assistant County Manager. I just want to introduce the item. We have done a series of reevaluation updates over the years, dating back to July of 2019 when I came here as a tax administrator. This is something we've talked about quite a bit. And now the day is here. Actually, the effective date for the reevaluation has now passed. It was January 1st of 2025. So it seems a little surreal to be here in this moment. And we wanted to give the board maybe not a final update, but one of the last updates for the reval here, and talk about the efforts, some of what the tax office has been seeing and some of the community engagement efforts they've been doing. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Doyle, can introduce himself and staff, and we'll get rolling with the presentation here.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I am very glad to be here to offer this very important information. I have with me today Mr. Starlin Beatty, Deputy Assessor, and Mr. James Roberts, Supervisor of Commercial. And thank you, ACM Brinson, for introducing this very, very, very important thing we would like to share with you all. I'm gonna go ahead and jump straight in. I know you all are enjoying your lunch, so please continue. During this presentation, we want to discuss the following topics: reappraisal process overview, market sale trends, important upcoming dates to keep an eye on, programs to assist tax liability, and communication strategies. And we'll have time for discussion and questions. Overview of the actual reappraisal process. So the reappraisal process in general is the process of appraising thousands of properties as of a single date, in this case that date being January 1, 2025. And the goal is to make sure that we do that in a way that is fair and equitable to all property owners. North Carolina General Statute 105-286 requires that all counties conduct a reappraisal at least once every 8 years. In this particular case, we are trying to shoot for a 4-year cycle. The more time between reappraisals, the more opportunity for activity to take place in that particular market, whether that is positive or negative. North Carolina General Statute 105-287 prohibits the changing of tax values in a non-reevaluation year. So this just speaks to the fact that 105-286 requires that those reappraisals are done once every 8 years. That value holds until the next reappraisal, unless there are some changes to the property. But if there are no changes to a property, your reappraisal date matters most because that value holds until the next reappraisal. So in this case, value is set as of January 1, 2025. That value should not change until the next reappraisal, and as of right now, that date is expected to be January 1, 2029. Goal of the process is to bring all property values to 100% market value. The process equalizes the tax base, but is not considered or intended to be a revenue generator. The most recent reappraisals in Durham County were 2019, 2016, and 2008. Reappraisal process started with a 1% random sample review submitted to North Carolina Department of Revenue, and that took place January 2023. Industry standard methods have been developed for mass appraisals to produce property values that are reasonable and reliable. Mass appraisal techniques include statistical tools used to help measure the accuracy of an appraisal, and the number one tool we use is the sales ratio. The sales ratio is the most common measure of how closely assessed values match up with the current sale prices. That particular formula is illustrated here as assessed value divided by the sales price. Quick example is $100,000 property or $100,000 sale of a property, and the tax value being $80,000 at that time, that would produce a sales ratio of 80%. This slide is very important, and it's just really to give you a glance at the importance of actual reappraisals. The appraisal year that you see on the far right column is just illustrating what the most recent appraisal year for that particular county was. The far left shows you what the actual ratio is. As you can see, the counties furthest away from their last reappraisal date, they have a lower ratio. All right, so the goal of this whole process is to get you as close to 100% as possible. And the more recent reappraisal counties, second one from the top, had a 2024 reappraisal date. They have a final ratio of 98%.
What does COD mean?
That is a measurement of uniformity. That is the coefficient of dispersion. That number you are hoping to get anywhere between 5 and 20. That's a good ratio depending on the type of property. Some property types you will want it to be between 5 and 10. Depending on the property types, maybe 5 and 15, but all in all, 5 to 20 for all property types. But thank you for that question. I did fail to explain exactly what COD represents. That other column is the number of sales that were actually used in that particular sample. But the main things I want to make sure that we understand is the actual ratio. That final ratio is a big deal. The lower it gets, you could be triggered into a reappraisal ahead of schedule. So just say if we were planning for an 8-year cycle, if that number got too low, the state would push us into a reappraisal ahead of schedule.
Commissioner Jacobs had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't see.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Doyle. What is your goal? What would you consider, what are we striving for in our final ratio, and what was it in 2019 when we did our last reappraisal?
I do not recall what the final ratio was in 2019. I would say it was 99%. I think it was lower than 100%.
Okay.
We strive for 100%.
Okay.
That's the goal. There are a lot of things involved in actually getting to that number. There are things that we try our best not to do. Sales chase is one. Sometimes if that number is magically 100% even, there are a lot of indicators that some shortcuts were taken or some bad practices might have been involved. Not to say that 100% can't be reached the right way, but our goal is 100%.
Okay.
If it's a little over, a little under, but we are striving for 100%.
Okay. And isn't there also, doesn't the state have a law that your ratio can't get below a certain number, and then you start getting into trouble? Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, that is 65%, I believe. What is that number now?
So that's a little bit about what you were talking about a while ago. So a few years back, the state, they developed a law that says if your ratio drops below 85%, then you have to do a revaluation within, I think it's 2 years. So once the sales ratio drops below 85%, it's not that you have to do it next year, but you have to start planning that process to do your revaluation. And I want to be sure you understand, like the 100% sales ratio, that's only on the properties that have sold. We don't have a value measure. We don't have a check and balance of properties that haven't sold. So when we talk about the sales ratio and hitting 100%, that's of the properties in the sales bank that have sold. We want the models that we've built, that tax administration has built, we want those models to predict the sales price as best they can for the properties that have sold. And if those work out so that our models predict the sales price for the properties that have sold, then we can be reasonably certain that it's going to be accurate for the properties that haven't sold.
And I apologize, I said 65%, I was referring to public utility. That comes into play as well if we get down to 65%. Any more questions pertaining to this particular slide? Because this is a very important slide in regards to the importance of the actual reappraisal itself. All right. I will let Deputy Assessor Mr. Starlin Beatty take on the next few slides.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here and Happy New Year to everyone. The local real estate market. Home sale prices have increased drastically since 2019, and we've all know about that because that's all we hear about. But here are some numbers that can give us an idea or put perspective to those things that we hear. January 2019 median sale price in Durham County was $239,500. That was the median sale price, the middle number for the sales in Durham County. As of October of this past year, 24, the median sale price in Durham County was $419,500. So that's pretty much, if you just look at your 200 to 400, that's like a doubling in the sale prices of properties that we have here in the county. So, and the median sales price in the city limits, this is within the city limits only, was $415,375. So that should give everybody, if you think you live in a middle of the road house, well, there's a middle of the road number that you can expect. So if we have certain perspectives on the things that, how things are in Durham, what things sell for, how much they're selling for, how much did they used to be valued at, which is what your previous value was, then that should give you an idea of what to expect in a change for your total value. That doesn't have anything to do with taxes. This is just value. Next slide, please. And so we have some examples here of things that sold in 2018 that we use to the models, as Mr. Brinson was speaking, that built the models for the 2019 values. So we use those resales that occurred in 2023 2024 to give us an idea of how things will relate in the market in Durham County. So we look here in Tanner's Mill on 12 of 2018, this particular dwelling sold for $270,000. That property resold in a perfect timing for this revaluation, reappraisal here on February the 23rd of 2024, and it sold for $440,000. So that gives us those numbers that we were looking at the 239 and the 415. We can see that those numbers lie somewhere within this particular example. And that was a 63% increase in that value. Next, please. Here we have a home in South Durham. It sold 12/28 of 2018, sold for $325,000, and then it resold again in February of 2024, February the 28th. It sold for $560,000. So this is giving us the idea of how these values have changed over a period of time. These are very good examples to help understand how these values changed within the county. That particular sale was a 72% increase. Next slide. Here we have a house in Forest Hills, right up the street here. It sold in 2018, getting ready for the 2019 reappraisal in October of 2018. It sold for $210,000. It resold in February of 24 for $441,500. That is a more than double. That's a 110% increase. So we can see now that we are looking at in our models here that we had one sold for 63%, it went to 70%, now it's at 110%. Next slide, please. And so here we have one that's located in the Watts-Hillendale area. Sold again in December of 2018. It sold for $300,000. Then it resold again in May of 2024. The sales price was $710,000. That was a 130% increase. So that should give us an idea of how things are going from the lowest model that we have up to our highest model that we have. So we can see that we can have a a range of things that sold, but the most important things is what our median sales number will be, and that's what we'll use to measure our success in this reappraisal. We'll use these things here to set up our models. Then we will compare the other properties to these models and see how they relate. And I think I have one more slide here. Next slide, please. Okay, the current market statistics here for the county, it just tells us on our last sales ratio provided to the Department of Revenue, the North Carolina Department of Revenue, how we related on our ratios in certain range properties below 100,000, then 100 to 200, 200 to 300, and we have those numbers in there, and so that you can see that where our ratio is in all of these particular areas that would indicate that some of those properties would be changing by the reverse of those ratios to become 100% of the market value for those particular range in value of houses here in the county. So any questions on any of those slides?
Commissioner Jacobs, you can go first. I'm raising my own hand.
Well, I just think this is such an interesting slide. You know, especially looking when I think that like this kind of information could be really helpful, for instance, to the planning department staff that are working on housing, like making sure city council sees this, because looking at like where are the sales happening, and you can see a lot of pressure on kind of moderately priced the housing that is less expensive. I mean, it's not, of course, it's like a no-brainer, but still, it's important to see like where are the percentage of sales happening, and where are the price points that are really needed in our community. I just think it's very illuminating to look at data like this.
If I may add onto that, because
Yeah.
my thought process was similarly aligned of if it would be possible to like build, I'm a very visual person, so I always ask for dashboards and images of like a map of Durham that shows like the increase of home costs. So we can see it like, you know, Southeast Durham, the homes in 2016 were like 300,000. Now in 2024, it's 700,000. Of like a map like that showing sectioning off Durham of like what the current home cost is now, what it was the home cost in different parts of Durham in 2018, and then that like increase percentage, if that can be overlaid onto a map in a visual way.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I remember that our last revow in 2019, it was very interesting to look at the different neighborhoods and see where the most change had happened, but also to look at things like the land trust properties, because we could see, for instance, in the West End, that there wasn't as much you would call gentrification or increase in market value because of the moderating influence of them being land trust properties. So I think that, you know, you have enough to do right now, you and your staff, but I'm just saying at some point it'll be important for us to extract what we can learn from things like how the land trust model really does work and things like that.
We definitely currently already have that data. It's a matter of putting it on a platform for the public, and that would be the task. Because currently we have certain GIS mapping systems that we use in office. I believe the average taxpayer goes to our website, they're taken to a city site for the mapping. So it's really just a matter of coordinating where to put that information for the public to get that ease of access.
And so the revaluation deadline, so that was January 1st, to help me understand. So January 1st was the date that any sales information that needed to be collected for the reevaluation, that was the deadline, or that's the deadline of everyone's new property tax value is calculated already?
Both.
The last date to use the data to establish the January 125 date would be the last sale of December 31 of 2024. That is the last date to use the data to determine what the January 1 values will be. So no 25 sales. It ended on December 31, 2025. So that is so that we can have that point to stop, to have that measuring point to do all our tasks at, to be able to bring those numbers to the public and to you all by a certain date following this, which will be sometime in February, I would say.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question of when is the date that we anticipate having those calculations?
Yeah.
Next slide.
Hello. As you can see from this slide, the median ratio for commercial properties is not too dissimilar to the residential ratio for the 2023 sales that were submitted to the Department of Revenue. There we go. Some of the trends, and this data is not a dollar for dollar match to our data. This is taken from sources and sort of just put together to give you a general idea. Office vacancy rates are high. Offices are quite frankly a pain at the moment for me because they are all over the place. There are vacancy rates of 5%, and then there are buildings that have no tenants at all. And so trying to capture that in mass appraisal is not an easy task. I do anticipate from speaking with my counterpart in Wake County, we will see a large number of office appeals. And I think that's just a sign of the times. They have shown in the general data a $15 increase since 2019. They were higher in 2021, and obviously what's been going on the last few years have driven the values down. There could be some buildings that will be at or below 19 levels because of their vacancy rates, but that will be brought more to light as we get more appeal data. Unfortunately, one of the things that's most useful to us is their vacancy rate, and that's not something that they like to put out for public consumption. Retail's been doing fairly well. It's $50 higher on average than it was in 2019. Multifamily, we've had a sort of record building streak over the last year, so we've seen an increase in vacancy rates. Every percentage in vacancy increase is literally a reduction in value for a multifamily property. But again, they are average sales price up about $40,000 per unit. Industrial, average sale price $50 higher than 2019. And hospitality, the triangle market, as compared with the state, is doing the best in the state. And sales price per room for hotels is about a $7,000 increase from 2019.
I had a question, yeah. So when assessing commercial properties, you're looking at, are all those factors to make a determination? Okay.
Correct, yeah. So in assessment, there are 3 methods to value. One is cost, one is sales comparison, and one is the income approach. And the income approach is applied more prominently with commercial properties because there are many that are investments. They're seeking to make a revenue when they purchase these properties.
Yeah, I'm glad you're explaining that because a lot of our residents want to know how commercial businesses, properties are paying their fair share. So this is good to know. Thanks.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I thought this is really interesting. Another interesting insight that vacancy rates are high, but so are the rental rates declining. And this is the goal of, the idea that if you increase the supply, that is one of the ways to help get housing prices to come down. So it is good to see that in that sense it's working here in Durham.
Yeah, the evidence I've seen does show a reduction in asking rents.
Yeah, well, that's good news. Thank you.
Just really quickly on the multifamily, the vacancy rates are at a record high. Are we talking about like apartment complexes?
Right.
I mean, I'm still seeing apartment complexes go up. I mean, how does that work if vacancy rates are so high? Why are there so many apartment complexes still going? Well, that's not really a question for you, but that's not a question for you. Maybe I'm just wondering because, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I think a lot of that has to do with timing. The plans to develop those apartments predates current numbers. So people make these projections and have plans for development that goes back years.
Yeah.
So by the time that building's actually taking place and being built, the market, the economy we're currently living in has a different answer. But these things take time, and they put a lot of time and energy and effort into making those projections. Sometimes they're bad gambles. Sometimes you have a pandemic. There are different things that take place that might affect those things before they actually take fruition. But that would be my guess in that particular regard. A lot of these apartment buildings goes back 5 years in regards to the planning and actual development.
Something I'd love to explore is with the vacancies in apartment complexes being so high, is there a way we could take advantage for affordable housing, making some sort of, I want to stop short of calling it a deal, but like tax.
Public-private partnerships?
Yeah, public-private partnerships or tax breaks or something, I don't know. With that, since vacancy is so high, I wonder if we as a county can work with developers or the owners of those facilities. So.
We can't legally offer them tax breaks, can we? With the state legislature, we can't offer them tax breaks.
I don't know the words.
But I know.
Right. I'm not sure the right words, but something to try to work as a partnership and help using some of those vacancies for some good.
I think maybe if we can initiate a conversation with like the Durham Realtors Association and bringing them into the conversation of, since they have relationships with probably many of these apartment complex owners. I really like that idea. Commissioner Jacobs, did you have something?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of things that are happening, right? When we have a lot of multifamily and townhouse developments that are coming through the city council, and a lot of those developers are proffering designated units for affordable housing at certain set area medium income limits, and we're also with our and I think, aren't you going to be on the Joint City County Planning Committee? Yeah,
I am, yes.
Right, so we're revising the UDO and going to be looking at how do we incentivize things like affordable housing. And then there's also the city and the county. We each contributed $13 million of our ARPA money to provide gap financing, and those projects are in process. But yeah, I think we certainly looking at every possible approach is a great idea. And then of course with the teach house conversation, how do we maybe incorporate teacher housing in these multifamily units too? So yeah.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I think
that's the path I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
This is far outside of this presentation. I just had a thought, and it's not on you all. That's me. Thank you.
But yeah,
What do you
that's
mean?
a
They
great
don't have
idea.
enough work. Let's give them more.
I think that's a good conversation for, I hate to volunteer Andy Miracle, but it's an economic development conversation. Yeah. Okay, just to discuss a few important dates to come. Of course, November 12th already passed. That was the date the actual schedule of values was adopted by the county commissioners. By March 1st, the appraisal notices are expected to be in the mailbox, and we should start seeing a response from the taxpayers. March 3rd, the appeal module should be open for 2025 appeals. March 11th through March 25th, we expect to host informational meetings throughout the county. Some of those will be at the local library branches throughout the county, as well as the Admin 2 building, hosting some of those sessions. And those informational meetings are specifically held for taxpayers to come and actually have an opportunity to talk with appraisers, talk with real property representatives to actually answer some questions in regards to the reappraisal and the values that they've received. They are not, just so I'm clear, they are not appeal hearings. They are informational meetings. Actual Board of Equalization and Review will convene on May 5th, and that board will adjourn on June 16th. All right, so those are important dates upcoming that are very, very important in the process of this particular reappraisal. The next few slides are specifically about relief. Programs to assist with tax liability, North Carolina General Statute programs, state programs, exemptions, exclusions, deferments, the actual low-income homeowner relief program offered by Department of Social Services, created in 2019 by the Board of County Commissioners. The 3 state programs that the tax administration administers are the elderly and disabled homestead exemption, the disabled veteran exclusion, and the circuit breaker elderly disabled deferment program. The elderly and disabled homestead exemption, of course, requires the property owners to be 65 years of age or older. Total owner's income must not exceed $36,700. And the program actually excludes $25,000 or 50% of the assessed value of the permanent residence. The disabled veteran exclusion, for disabled veterans, they are required to complete a form by the Department of Veteran Affairs. This program is very considerate. It also is available to the surviving spouse that has not remarried. Excludes up to the first $45,000 of the appraised value of the permanent residence. The circuit breaker elderly disabled deferment program, again, is for 65 years of age or older, requires a new application every year. This one does require the application to be submitted every year. It's reoccurring. Limits the amount of annual property taxes on the permanent residence. Tax bill is limited to a fixed percentage of income, and taxes owed above that are deferred. And limit the income limit up to 150% of the elderly disabled income limit.
KR, I had a quick question. Is those, and I'm just, because I'm trying to learn, are those programs provided by the county or the state?
They are state programs that we do administer through the county.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And that's a great question, because those are uniform programs throughout the state. So there are no alterations or adjustments or differences from county to county, as well as that income requirement, which is very important. This here is just an illustration of the actual program participants for the last cycle. As you can see, the elderly disabled homestead exemption has the most participants. That particular program is does not require annual application. So once they're in, unless something disqualifies them, they don't have to apply every year. Disabled veteran exclusion, second biggest participating involvement. And then we have 1% for the circuit breaker deferment. Across the state, that appears to be the lowest in most counties. The circuit breaker appears to be pretty low involvement.
Commissioner Jacobs had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, going back to the previous slide, there was a lot of discussion at the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners Legislative Conference about this, because the circuit breaker, I guess if you go back to the previous slide, somebody, well, actually it's not the circuit breaker, it's the disabled exemption. There was a lot of conversation about that one, because saying that somebody can't have, their income can't exceed $36,700. It's basically saying you have to be living in poverty, and like, it's very difficult for anyone to live on that amount of money, and it hasn't been updated to adjust for the cost of inflation, or to even be tied to what, you know, the cost of living is in various counties. So there was a lot of conversation about trying to get the General Assembly to adjust this and modify this so that it could be more accessible and realistic for people to apply for this benefit. So I just want to share that this is a source of frustration to a lot of counties in North Carolina. I don't know if you have any comment. It seems like Dwayne.
Just want to add one thing. So that's total combined owner income too. Yeah. So one thing I worked on for years and years and years as tax administrator was for a married couple, it's still $36,700. For a single person, it's $36,700. So that seems to be not incredibly fair and not very realistic. So we that's definitely an eyesore that we've been working on for a number of years.
And are you finding that still here at the state level in your professional organizations, that people are trying to make changes to some of these?
Yes, they are this year, and I know last year. I've met with some administrators who have been very, very vocal and diligent in regards to trying to get before General Assembly and make change. The thing to remember about these programs is that these are state programs and they are uniform. So Durham County, yes, these are very, very hard numbers to meet. Some counties where the average household income is considerably lower, this number is raised too much higher, you bankrupt other counties in their ability to operate and fund government. So as long as these are state programs and the state is not, if we are not allowed to come up with something that is more flexible per county in regards to the economic situations, as long as it's a state uniform approach to this, it's done this way to ensure that all counties are accounted for.
Right, and that's what I heard people talking about, wanting to have a more flexible formula.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
And to add on to that, we have our meeting supposed to be scheduled soon with our legislative delegation. Maybe we can add this to our priorities. Ms. Deborah Craig-Ray for our meeting with legislators.
So the one program I hadn't mentioned yet is the Department of Social Services Low-Income Homeowner Relief Program. I think this is a great program. It's tax assistance based upon a 3-tier income model centered around the average median income. Their start, or the highest, is 80%. Then there's another tier for 60%, and then 30% being the lowest tier. And depending on which one of those tiers qualify for, that it impacts the actual amount of assistance received. Focused on households with income less than or equal to 80% of the HUD area median income. It is only focused on the current tax bill, so there is no retro with that particular program. It typically applications are reviewed from August to June of the following year, and to complete the application, all the applicant needs is to submit proof of income, an ID, and the actual tax bill. This is a slide focused on just showing the growth of this particular program. I have some notes I had to get from Department of Social Services just to kind of give a little update. But as you can see here, since 21-22, it's been steady growth in regards to the amount of applications received and approved. Currently, this particular slide is showing 270 applications received, 101 approved. That was as of October. I was told that they are seeing a 75% increase in applications per month compared to last year, which is great news. Almost 70 applications per month last year. They are up to 124 applications per month this year. So they are expected to make a bigger dent in that particular budget. I believe she said at the moment they are already over $500,000. So it seems to be headed in the right direction considering we got about 4 or 5 months left.
I have a question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a way we could, kind of like how we do with the Thrive program, like we're collecting data on how individuals are able to benefit from, you know, the guaranteed income, if we can send a survey out to the residents who are approved for the tax relief, and this is, I guess, a question for DSS, to just like a brief survey of like, how has this program benefited you, and just so we can have that quantitative or qualitative data as well of the impact it's having on people's lives.
I think that's a good idea.
We can work with DSS to talk through that.
We have our new DSS liaison here who can bring that to the DSS board. But yeah, great idea.
Yeah, because it'd be great, because I mean, with the Thrive program, we're asking like, were you able to spend this funding on groceries or anything else? So we can ask folks, how was this able to help and support your family? Because we know it is, but just those stories.
To go along with the last slide, this is just a representation of the actual funds. 21-22, there were 139 overall recipients. That led to roughly almost $150,000 of dispersed funds. 22-23, 340 recipients, which led to almost $360,000 dispersed. 23-24, 493 recipients and $690,000, a little over $690,000 dispersed. 2024-25, we are about halfway through and they're already at $500,000. So hopefully we'll have the best year to date in regards to the applications and recipients. Communication strategies for the reappraisal and tax relief handouts. Flyers, videos, and brochures have been made available for taxpayers that visit tax administration to conduct business and or on our website. Tax information, specifically the reappraisal or tax relief, inserts will be added to mailings and those upcoming change of value notices and the future tax bills. The Department of Tax Administration has incorporated tax relief programs and DSS and the DSS program, LIHR, in all community outreach sessions and presentations that have taken place. And that is the end. If you have any questions, we are available for whatever you have.
Thank you so much. Starting with Commissioner Burton.
Thank you so much for this presentation. The question I have, I know this is a tough job because I know the values are going to go up and people are going to get higher tax bills, but the question that I have is, will that increase the amount of revenue that we receive? I know this was discussed in when we had our orientation, because I think people think, okay, we're going to get more revenue, we can do this, we can do this. So I want to know a little bit more about that.
Well, we can leave it to the tax folks, or you can let the budget folks take over at this point. It's a good.
I want to hear from the budget folks.
It's a great question. The revaluation does not increase tax revenue because of one thing, and this term I want you to get used to here, and we will reduce the tax rate down to what we call a revenue neutral tax rate. And it's exactly what it sounds like. Valuation of all that property will increase, and we will turn around and do some math and tell the Board of County Commissioners this is a revenue neutral tax rate that brings in an equivalent amount of revenue as it was the previous year, plus just a little bit of automatic growth. So we get that every year. So it will not bring in tremendous new revenue automatically. The only way that happens is if the Board of County Commissioners chooses to raise the tax rate on top of that revenue neutral tax rate. So let's say our tax rate right now is 80 some odd cents. I should know it, Claudia. Have we remembered that? We used to remember that number.
It's like 77.
78, something like that?
Yes.
That's the tax rate right now. The estimated tax rate will probably be in the 50s. The revenue neutral tax rate will drop. And then on top of that, after we have budget discussions all the way up through June, you will decide if necessary to add 1, 2, 3, whatever number of cents on top of that 50-ish cent tax rate number. I don't need anyone in the public counting on it being 50 some odd cents. That's just me saying a number that's roughly revenue neutral. We'll get that a little bit later once the tax department gets it down. So no additional revenue for the county just because of the reval process. It just doesn't work that way. What will happen is some citizens will feel a tax rate increase even if you stay at the revenue neutral tax rate. Some citizens will feel a tax rate decrease. Depends on where the average is between the growth in valuation and the drop in the tax rate, if that makes sense. You saw some people, there was a house there he showed as example that went up 136% in valuation. If that holds, I guarantee you that person is going to have a higher tax bill, even if you stay at the revenue neutral tax rate, than they did the previous year, because their valuation went up higher than the tax rate went down, averages, percentage average. Does that make sense? Without getting into too much in the weeds, which I can do quickly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because I think, you know, in my discussions with residents, they think that we're going to get a whole lot of extra revenue from this, but it doesn't work that way. And so I wanted to make sure not only did I have an understanding of it, but it was said. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Keith, can you speak to, and I'm doing this from memory, we shared some highlights on what a 1 cent tax rate increase would translate to. In comparing it to last year, that will show the growth and the value.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think 1 cent on the tax rate right now at 70 some odd cents. 1 cent equals $5+ million, 5.7 I think is the number. I don't have the facts right in front of me, but that's close enough. The estimated 1 cent property tax rate after reval will be in the $8+ million range. So the power of 1 cent will be much stronger, which is why you can lower the tax rate down from 78 cents down to 50 something cents, because the value of each one of those cents goes up tremendously. And that's where the power of a tax rate increase happens. Whereas this year it may have taken 2 or 3 cents to do additional funding, increase for additional funding to do things the board wanted to do. Next year it may only be 1.5, because each cent tax increase you have coming up with the reval, maybe $2 or $3 million more money coming to the county than it was the year before. Does that answer your question, Claudia?
Yes, thank you.
I just want to make sure I speak for people like me that live in the city. I don't hear, I haven't heard 77, so 1.39 is what I'm thinking about. So I just wanted to make sure, because Keith was very confident in that 0.77 and 0.55. People live in the city want it to be very low, myself included.
Commissioner Jacobs, and then Commissioner Valentine.
Yeah, so one thing I did want to emphasize related to, for the public really, related to the low-income homeowner relief program, one additional aspect of that is that if you are 60 years or older and you are at 30% AMI or below, it is possible that your entire tax bill could be covered. And this is a really big deal because this really ties back to our aging plan, our Durham City County Master Aging Plan, and the fact that we want to try to have people stay in their homes and age in place. And this also the data that shows that we have a very high percentage of seniors who are the highest percentage of homeowners in our community are actually seniors and actually women of color, single women of color. And so this is really, really key, I think, and I'm very proud of this. This is, I think, a very key way that we address inequities and disparities, and we help people retain their wealth and again be able to stay in their homes and age in place, which we know is cheaper and better for people. So I just wanted to emphasize that. And it'll be really interesting, I think, to find out, if we can, how many people fell in this category with the program. How many people did we help in this way? I have a question about what will the appeal module be? Mr. Doyle, you talked about that people will be able to use an appeal module. If you could tell us what that is.
So we use Snyder, formerly known as Spaceless. We used them in the past. They are a wonderful vendor that we've done business with in the past that actually provides easier access to file an appeal. So we'll be able to do that online. They still have the ability to file paper appeals as well, but the online opportunities provided through that particular platform create a whole lot of ease for the average taxpayer. It'll also be coupled with Comper. It's another product provided by that particular vendor. That provides them what they've had in the past and the ability to actually pull up the sales that are impacting the actual tax values that they see. So they should be able to pull up their property, pull up sales that have affected them or that are considered sales in their market area, and it should help them just get a little clarity in regards to where their value's coming from.
Okay, great. And I'm assuming this is all going to be bilingual. At least what goes out in the mailing, the explanation of the programs and all that.
We are working on making sure that everything's provided bilingual.
Okay. And could you just give us an update on the community meetings and how those are going?
The last few went well. Towards the end of the year, we have, I believe, three. We have three coming up between now and mid-February. But we are continuing to take requests. We'll still be going out to share the information upon request for the next. There is no end date in regards to community outreach. The focus on the reappraisal, I would expect to continue for at least the next 2 years, and we will be ready to go wherever needed.
On the community conversation part, I remember public health had done like a comms plan when it was around like the vaccinations, COVID, and they were like on radio doing like informational ads about like, this is available, this is what's happening. Is there a plan, something like that, like getting on radio, TV interviews, that type of thing, putting you in front of the camera, Kiara, talking about taxes?
Whatever's needed. Yes, I'm willing to do whatever we can do to get the word out. I think this is a very important reappraisal. I'm from Durham. I grew up here, went to school here. I've never seen the values that I've seen over the last 5 years. So anything we can do to heighten the awareness for the people here that are experiencing some of these things and may not understand what they are seeing, I think would be a great idea. So whatever we can do to heighten the awareness.
You have a radio voice, you know.
Director Craig Ray.
Good afternoon, if I may. Kiara is being very modest. My team has met with him, and we have been working with him on proposals to do exactly that. He is currently on In Touch with Durham County, the show that's running on our cable now and on YouTube. And we have a series of social media postings that will be going out. We tried to focus on people getting their tax money in by today. So today's the deadline, right? So starting tomorrow, we'll be running messaging about the 2025 reappraisal. So we are working with him to do exactly that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think maybe like if we had an op-ed explaining what is a reevaluation, how it's going to impact it going in the ND, NNO, just different ways.
I think the public information has done some great things with us already. There's a website, a video on our website currently. It's very short, straight to the point, detailed, and it explains what a reappraisal is, the process, and what people should be expecting. That video, I believe, is about 2 to 3 minutes, if that long. Might not even be that long. So it's very short, quick, concise. Not a lot of room for people to get bored and distracted. It's pretty good. I think a great video provided already for the website.
We have a release that actually will be released tomorrow that will put attention on the reevaluation process to tell people to expect these changes, and that the mailing will come out in late February, early March. And so we'll be, again, pushing the message out from now until they hit the mailbox.
Thank you.
I just was going to say, Kiar was our guest writer Friday for the county manager's newsletter, and it was the intentionality to have him at today's work session. So there are some intentional steps on the county side as well as the city to make sure we have touch points often, so that, and I will say it was October when we had this conversation with City Council, and we had it with the Board of Commissioners back in September. So again, almost every month between the boards, we're trying to have conversation, which also helps elevate it with our news partners.
Claudia, I just want to add one piece of information related to the revenue neutral tax rate. It's not just the county rate that will go revenue neutral. Kiara talked about there's a city property tax rate. It will drop to a revenue neutral tax rate, and then the city council will have the decision to do the same thing, to raise the property tax rate or not on top of that revenue neutral tax rate. There's a third group of properties where there's a tax rate. Any guess what they might be? Volunteer fire departments. We have special tax districts. There's one downtown, but volunteer fire. Anything that is a taxable district that's based off evaluation will have a new revenue neutral tax rate. So volunteer fire districts, the city tax rate, the county tax rate. I think there's a downtown business district tax rate that will adjust accordingly. Thank you, Claudia.
Any other questions from anyone? Seeing none, then that concludes that presentation. Thank you all so much for all your hard work, and especially thank you to your team that's out there in the field doing all this work as well. That brings us to the end of our agenda. So we are adjourned. Favor to adjourn, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.